Zhu Lai coldly snorted. Probably means I'm not sure. Are you stupid? Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he was speechless, his mood instantly becoming terrible. Zhu Lai glanced at him and chuckled. You seem concerned about her. Are you curious to know her situation? Yang Kai snickered. It's not like I'm that close with her, so why would I be concerned? Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Naturally, that's the business of your Dragon Island. So enough with the nonsense. Zhu Lai shrugged. The last time she contacted Dragon Island was 2 months ago, and it's precisely because we were sure that she was in a dangerous place and would most likely lose her life there that I came out from Dragon Island to look for you. What are you looking for me for? Yang Kai asked, dissatisfied. Zhu Lai answered. Her mission hasn't been completed, so naturally, someone has to complete it for her. Shaking his head, he sighed. Only, it seems like I, too, will not be able to bring you back to Dragon Island. But remember, Dragon Island won't give up. You won't be so lucky next time. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Go back and tell your dragon clan that if anyone dares to disturb this young master again, send 1 and I will kill 1. Send 2 and I will kill 2. I just don't know how many Dragon Clan members you have on Dragon Island for me to kill. Zhu Lai's face turned dark and he gritted his teeth, hissing, shameless boasting. Off you go. With a flick of his sleeve, Yang Kai turned around and went back into Spirit Sword Peak. Zhu Lai stood in place and stared for a long time before his body moved, flying away in a stream of light. No one intercepted him on the way. Right now, the temple was busy with the demon banishment order and the search for Wu Kuang. So most of the sex masters were outside, and it was naturally impossible for those who were left to try to stop a dragon. Zhu Lai moved very quickly and left Azure Sun Temple in just a short while. But just as soon as he left the Azure Sun mountain range, he paused, his eyes staring coldly at a figure in front of him. It was Yang Kai. Zhu Lai had no idea when he had run past him, or how long he had been standing there with his hands behind his back. But he was annoyed and shouted angrily, What do you want now? You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? This dragon is not even thinking about starting trouble with you. But if you dare to go against your word, don't be so nervous. Yang Kai interrupted him with a cold smile on his face. I just want to ask how your Dragon Island is prepared to deal with Zhu Qing's matter. Zhu Qing is already dead. What else can we do? Zhu Lai frowned. Yang Kai said, Didn't you say probably, and that you weren't sure just now? So why are you so sure now that she's dead? Zhu Lai told him, Even if she's not dead, she won't be alive for long. The place that she went to is the frozen earth. You should know how dangerous that place is. I know. If it wasn't dangerous, then it would have been impossible for one of your dragon clan to have been lost there to begin with. I just wanted to ask, is your Dragon Island not planning to save her? Zhu Lai sneered. She's an 8th Order Red Dragon. If even she lost her life there, then there aren't many dragons on the island who can guarantee their own safety. Dragon Island will not risk the lives of other clansmen just to save a fellow clansman who they're not even sure is dead or alive. Yang Kai shouted, Even if she's dead, you should go and collect her corpse. She's one of your clansmen after all. Zhu Lai scoffed at him. She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and decided to trespass into the frozen earth. So why should others join her in taking this risk? If she's dead, then she's dead. No one will go and save her either. Is this what you think? Or is this what Dragon Island thinks? Yang Kai's expression was dark. It's what I think, and it's what Dragon Island thinks. Zhu Lai turned his head away, not meeting Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before muttering, I really feel like punching you. Zhu Lai sneered. Haven't you beaten me enough these days? This dragon will surely return the shame that you gave 100 times in the future. Talk to me after you can beat me. Yang Kai looked in contempt at him and turned around, flying back to Azure Sun Temple. He returned to Spirit Sword Peak in just a few breaths, coming straight to the back of the mountain. Even though they had just experienced the escape of the demon spirits at Spirit Sword Peak, the back of the mountain did not suffer much damage, so the cross-territory space array he placed there was perfectly undamaged. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. His mind was so filled with other thoughts earlier that he didn't even notice his own movements, and by the time he realized, he was already here. Follow your heart? Huh? Yang Kai muttered softly and said helplessly to himself, how troublesome. Despite that, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced with a look of determination. A noise whistling through the air was approaching from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head around and saw a fiery red light flying in. Seemingly able to sense Yang Kai's location, it came straight to the back of the mountain, landing not far away from him. What? Yang Kai looked at Zhu Lai, who decided to turn back without much enthusiasm, looking as if he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, are you planning on going to the frozen earth to look for Zhu Qing? None of your damn business. Yang Kai scoffed. Zhu Lai's face distorted a little. Turning away, he said, if you're going to go, count me in. Oh. Yang Kai raised his brow, looking at him with interest. Give me a reason, and don't tell me it's because you found your conscience or some other nonsense. I'm not going to believe such a childish reason. Zhu Lai scratched his nose and said, Zhu Qing is my elder sister. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon relaxed. He had a vague feeling prior to this that Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing shared some sort of blood relationship because of certain similarities in their appearance and characteristics. Only, since he asked once and didn't get an answer, he didn't bother to get to the bottom of things. But only now did Yang Kai find out that his guess was correct. These two red dragons were, in fact, siblings. Is that reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. It's enough. Yang Kai nodded before stepping onto the space array and calling out, get on. Zhu Lai frowned. Even though he had no idea what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't sense any hostility from him. So with utter confidence in his own strength, Zhu Lai mounted the array. Don't resist. As Yang Kai shouted, space principles began to fluctuate. The void seemed to collapse in on itself in that instant, and if Yang Kai had not warned him, Zhu Lai would likely have tried to struggle, and would perhaps have been exiled to the void as a result. With a flash of light, the two figures disappeared. At the same time, the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. At the space array, both Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. Seeing their arrival, the two disciples who were keeping watch at the side quickly saluted. Greetings, Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded before taking out his communication artifact and pouring a message into it. Then he stood in place, waiting. Zhu Lai had already recovered from the side effects of the cross-territory teleportation and was now looking around, frowning as he asked, where is this? Yang Kai answered without even turning back. The Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace. Zhu Lai was stunned for a moment before he began observing the space array. Pondering, Zhu Qing said you had a cross-territory space array here. So it's true. Yang Kai fumed. Why does that damn woman report everything to Dragon Island? Do I have no secrets at all over there? Zhu Lai frowned. Watch your words, human. That's my elder sister you're talking about. Yang Kai sneered. Elder sister? I didn't see you taking the initiative to save your elder sister. If I had a brother like you, I would have strangled him a long time ago. What would I need him for? What do you know? It was not known which one of Yang Kai's words struck a sensitive nerve in Zhu Lai, sending him into a rage as he gnashed his teeth. You think I don't want to save her? You think I'm willing to just watch her die out there? Then why didn't you go? Wherever the heart leads, the body should follow. Cultivators like us should tread upon the path we determine for ourselves, bravely, without hesitation or regret. The only thing we should fear is being overcautious and indecisive. If Zhu Qing is really your elder sister, then you shouldn't have sought me out at Azure Sun Temple. You should have looked for her in the frozen earth. Even if you died, you should die together with her. Now, with time delayed, you may have cut off her only chance to survive. Zhu Lai's mouth opened and closed, looking extremely angry, and even his eyes seemed to burn. But for some reason, those fires suddenly died down. Face hazing over, he sighed. Wherever the heart leads, the body should follow. Is that the reason you want to save her? Yang Kai curled his lip, What else? I don't know her well enough to risk my life for her, and I'd rather she have gone and died sooner rather than later. But since the thought of saving her appeared in my heart, I'm afraid this thought will haunt me and become a heart demon if I don't take action. Zhu Lai said, no matter what, I thank you in Zhu Qing's place. No need to thank me, just don't bother me in the future. Yang Kai coldly snorted. A beautiful figure flew over from afar at that time and landed in front of the pair. It was High Heaven Palace's head manager, Hua Qingxi. Cupping her fist, she spoke, Palace Master, you've returned. While speaking, she glanced curiously at Zhu Lai, who was standing next to Yang Kai, but asked no questions about him. Naturally, Zhu Lai did not bother to say anything. Members of the Dragon Clan had always been arrogant, and if he had not suffered so much at Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't even look at the latter either. We'll be leaving immediately. Yang Kai looked to be in a hurry. Where are you going? Hua Qingxi asked. I have to make a visit to Fire Dragon Palace. Are we connected to Fire Dragon Palace's space array? Hua Qingxi responded, I proposed it before, but Li Jiao wasn't too willing, so I didn't force the issue. Of course he wouldn't be. Yang Kai smirked. Even though Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect were established top sects in the Northern Territory, both of them ate a big loss at Yang Kai's hands and now owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace that they would not be able to pay back even after a few dozen years. So how could they be willing to connect their space arrays with their debtors? Wouldn't this just make it more convenient for debt collectors to come and demand payment? No matter, I'll just fly there directly. Point me in their direction. Hua Qingxi quickly pointed in a certain direction and said, Fire Dragon Palace is that way. With Palace Master speed, it should only take about 3 days. Does Palace Master need me to accompany you? I've been to Fire Dragon Palace once. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. But then he changed to Divine Sense Transmission. How is the situation with the Thousand Illusions dream world? Hua Qingxi adopted a serious countenance and replied, Everything has been arranged and Qiyu and the others have gone in once already, gaining much from the experience. However, the scope and scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world are too big. I'm afraid it will take some time to map out the rules. I'm preparing to choose some disciples from Thousand Leaves sect for the next batch to enter. More than half a month ago, when Nanmen Dejun returned to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai passed him the Thousand Illusions butterfly for him to bring back. The reason Yang Kai attached so much importance to the Thousand Illusions butterfly was that he himself was able to benefit greatly from his adventures inside it. The Thousand Illusions dream world was sure to become one of High Heaven Palace's foundations. Compared to it, the Heavenly Tone Temple, which was set up with the Heavenly Music Treasure Box as the core, seemed much less useful. But the Thousand Illusions dream world was not a static thing. Each cultivator that entered it may encounter a different illusion, and not only were those illusions real enough to pass off as genuine, they were also born out of reality, so truth and falsehood were almost indistinguishable. However, the benefits they are able to gain in the illusion were enough to allow a person's strength to receive a significant boost. In particular, the Thousand Illusions dream world had the amazing ability to distort time, which was simply invaluable. Qiyu and the others were Yang Kai's elders and relatives, so Hua Qingxi chose them to be the first group to enter the Thousand Illusions dream world. As proven by facts, each one of them was able to gain something from inside. The Thousand Illusions dream world was a huge treasure, and it was impossible for them to extract everything about it at once, so they could only take it step by step and uncover its mysteries gradually. After a few words with Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai set off with Zhu Lai. Moving quickly in the Flowing Clouds shuttle, one man and one dragon sat inside and shuttled through the air. Zhu Lai was puzzled by Yang Kai's actions. If Zhu Qing is trapped in the frozen earth, why are we going to Fire Dragon Palace? While controlling the Flowing Clouds shuttle, Yang Kai glanced at him. Have you been to the frozen earth before? Zhu Lai shook his head. I've rarely left Dragon Island ever since I was born. Members of the Dragon Clan aren't allowed outside very often. I've heard of the frozen earth before, but I've never been there before. Me neither. Yang Kai laughed and asked, Then, do you know where we should go to find your elder sister? Zhu Lai shook his head again. I don't. I tried to contact her these past few days, but I never got a response. I'm afraid she may really be. Xianxia interjected. If they're alive, see the person. If they're dead, see the corpse. Reserve your conclusions for after you see her. That's how the saying goes. But there are no buts. Xianxia swept him a stern look. Neither you nor I have been to the frozen earth, not to mention the fact that we don't even know where to begin searching for her. But there is someone who should be able to help. Zhu Lai thought for a moment. And that person is in Fire Dragon Palace? I guess you still have some brains. Xianxia grinned. A chef should sharpen his knife before he begins to make a meal. Even though it will delay us for a bit to seek him out, it will at least be better than diving into the frozen earth and searching blindly. After a pause, Xianxia said, but that person's status is not ordinary. So I may need your help when the time comes. Zhu Lai snickered. Can't you beat him? Xianxia shook his head slowly. It's not a matter about who is stronger or weaker, but a matter of cooperation. I want that man to accompany me to the frozen earth, but he definitely won't be willing. If I use force, then I'm afraid it will create conflict and he would try to resist or revolt, which would not help in finding your elder sister at all. But if you can make an appearance, then things will be much easier to settle. Oh, Zhu Lai was now curious. He had no idea what sort of person would be as Xianxia described, but he didn't ask too much. He would find out when they met regardless. Fire Dragon Palace, which had been established for tens of thousands of years in this part of the Northern Territory, was one of the 4 top sects alongside Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion Sect, and Full Sky Sect. The reason it could be a top sect was that it always had a third-order Emperor Realm Master assuming command. And Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master Li Jiao was even a half-monster master with a trace of Dragon Clan bloodline in him. In its most prosperous years, Fire Dragon Palace used to dominate the other 3 sects, so their influence was second to none. But ever since High Heaven Palace emerged in the Northern Territory, Fire Dragon Palace's days had not been easy. No one knew how their palace master offended High Heaven Palace, but since last year, 80% of the sect's annual revenue had to be handed over to that abominable place, leaving them with only a meager 20%. Fire Dragon Palace was a large sect with many industries under its command, but its disciples numbered more than 10,000, and a trivial 20% would only equate to 10 million high-rank source crystals. How could that amount be enough for their consumption? In the sect, from Li Jiao at the top to the common disciples at the bottom, they suddenly fell to the ground at once from enjoying all sorts of benefits. All of them had to tighten their belts to live on these days. Because of this, many of Fire Dragon Palace's elders were very dissatisfied with High Heaven Palace and would try to fan the flames by Li Jiao's ear from time to time, hoping for him to bring them over to High Heaven Palace in order to avenge their past shame. But how could Li Jiao have such guts? The elders and disciples under him had no idea what sort of heritage High Heaven Palace possessed. But he couldn't be clearer. The last time he followed Jiying over to watch a good show, he ended up losing almost all of the sect's business. Now, even hearing mention of High Heaven Palace was enough to get his heart pounding. So how could he dare to knock on their door? Fortunately, Fire Dragon Palace wasn't the only sect to suffer this misfortune. Full Sky Sect was also in a similar situation. The 2 top sects could now be considered brothers in misfortune, and there was nothing they could do but huddle together for warmth. On this day, inside Fire Dragon Palace's main hall, many elders were gathered. As usual, the hall was filled with noise as many Emperor Realm Masters, completely throwing away the calm temperament and mild demeanor masters of their station should have, made the room as noisy and foul as a vegetable market. This situation was not common in the past, but since last year it had been happening often. Many elders were fighting for nothing more than a single word: benefits. Fire Dragon Palace's annual revenue was about 50 million high-rank source crystals, and if there were no special circumstances, such a large amount would have been more than enough to cover the sect's expenses. Even after meeting the needs of each elder and department, there was still a surplus saved to expand the sect's reserves in case of future needs. But since last year 50 million had been reduced to 10 million, and a problem was then exposed. Each elder wanted to secure more benefits for the spirit peak or hall they controlled. Alchemy required source crystals, artifact refining required source crystals, and even cultivating required source crystals. Who was willing to eat a loss? But there were only 10 million source crystals in total now to go around, and they had to last for the whole year. With each hand that reached out and snatched a crystal, one crystal would be missing from the pot. If the storehouse still had a surplus, then it would be fine. At most, they just had to open the treasury and take out the source crystals from there to ease the crisis. But the problem was, Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was practically empty. Almost all the reserves the sect had been accumulating for so many centuries had already been given to High Heaven Palace to pay off their debts, and the situation would not be improving within the next 50 years. In view of all this, the elders gathered in the hall refused to back down half a step. Each of them argued until their faces were red and their veins bulged. All so they could argue for the greatest amount of benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the room, listening to the noise below with a grim expression, not saying a word or showing any intention to intervene. He could only blame himself for following Ji Ying to High Heaven Palace back then. If he had simply stood by and watched, that would have been that, but he actually had to make that accursed bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, he even gambled so much of the sect's resources. I must have been possessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. But all of a sudden, the noise below stopped. An elderly man with an all-white beard cupped his fists and declared, "Palace Master, spirit pills cannot be removed from the cultivation of our disciples. The operation of my pill room is a top priority for the entire sect. So I would like to please ask the sect master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals for the pill room's alchemy use each year." 3 million? Elder Su, aren't you trying to take the lion's share? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available to spend each year, and you're actually asking for 3 million? What do you expect us to do? Drink the northwestern winds. He's right. 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 sounds better. One can cultivate even without pills, the speed will only be slower. We just have to make it through these next 50 years. 50 years? The younger generation will have been ruined in those 50 years. Without enough pills to support them, how can their potential possibly be tapped? Our Fire Dragon Palace's younger generation will definitely reveal an enormous fault line. Once our sect's foundation is weakened, who will take responsibility? Brother Su, don't make it sound so serious. It's only 50 years. Who out of us here has not already cultivated for more than 1,000 years? When you were young, did you always have plenty of pills to take? Weren't you able to cultivate to the Emperor realm all the same? That is why this old master is only in the first order. If this old master had enough pills available to me when he was younger, then this old master definitely wouldn't be merely at this level. After a short moment of silence, a new argument broke out. Li Jiao finally could not take it any longer. He slammed his fist down in anger, crushing the arm of his chair into dust. The bustling hall suddenly fell silent and all eyes were turned towards Li Jiao. With their palace master angry, none of them dared to act recklessly anymore. Enough! Li Jiao swept his eyes across the bottom and finally gritted his teeth. Every single day I sit here, listening to you bicker, but you never come up to me with a solution. You are all elders of my Fire Dragon Palace, Emperor Realm Masters. This constant bickering is highly improper. If the lower disciples were to see this, would we have any dignity left? All of them felt embarrassed being admonished by the palace master and lowered their heads. The pill room's elder Su pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace master, the matter of source crystals must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise..." "You think I don't know that?" Li Jiao glared at him impatiently. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that petty thief, involving everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master does not have to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me was also unable to see through the truth on that day. We can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as our Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master survives, then we will surely be able to rise up again." The group of elders nodded their heads in approval. Li Jiao said, "As things have come to this king has a proposal. I hope that all elders can cooperate with it to their best ability. If it can be done, then our Fire Dragon Palace will definitely be able to make it past these difficult times." Elder Su asked, "May I ask what wonderful plan Palace Master has come up with?" Li Jiao glanced around and lightly coughed before announcing, "Everyone present is an emperor and has been an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace for more than just a year or two. Surely you must have some personal savings on hand. What this kind means to say is, he hopes you can first take out your savings for the sect's public use, as a loan to the palace. After 50 years, you will be paid back with interest. This king will definitely not let any of you suffer a loss." I wonder what everyone thinks about this idea. No one responded, and wherever Li Jiao's eyes swept past, the elders would lower their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted, "Do none of you have any savings? It's not possible that every honorable elder of my Fire Dragon Palace is actually a poor beggar, is it? It's not that we don't have savings. Only, compared to what the sect is lacking, it will only be a drop in the bucket, Palace Master." Elder Su looked at Li Jiao timidly with a troubled look on his face. "That's right, Palace Master. Even if we, the older generation, were to take out all of our money, it still won't hold us up for long. However long it holds us is still time spent supported." Li Jiao tried his best to persuade them. "We just have to get through this moment of difficulty. Once the sect is well off again, your contributions will surely not be forgotten." Since Li Jiao had already put it this way, then the elders were also too embarrassed to argue further. After all, what Li Jiao said was true. Everyone had already been in the Emperor realm for so long that they should more or less have some savings on them. If these assets were taken out, then it could really help to ease the sect's crisis. Everyone looked at each other, and it was Elder Su who broke the silence first. "Sect Master has a point. In that case, this old master will set an example. This old master contributes 5 million. When they heard this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Jiao was also looking at him with a hot gaze. Elder Su smiled embarrassedly. "Mid-rank source crystals. This is almost everything that this old master has." Li Jiao's face turned pitch black in an instant. 5 million mid-rank source crystals, when converted, only equaled 50,000 high-rank source crystals. What could they do with this amount? Moreover, as an Emperor Realm Elder and an Emperor Alchemist who had been refining pills for hundreds of years, it was simply impossible for him to have so little money. "That doesn't seem right, Elder Su." A dark-faced man jumped out and yelled, "That pot of myriad flower wine you served to your guests alone was already worth 30,000 high-rank source crystals. That was a peak-rank wine that came out from Medicine Pill Valley. If you had only that bit of money, then how could you possibly afford that?" Having his lie exposed to his face, Elder Su blushed red and tried to defend himself. This old master didn't buy that. It was a friend who brought it and invited this old master to try it. How could I be the one who bought it? The amount this old master earns each year is also just a small amount. It's just barely enough to cover this old master's cultivation requirements. So how could I have so many source crystals to buy that myriad flower wine? Don't try to slander others." The dark-faced man coldly snorted. "Elder Su doesn't have source crystals? Who would believe that? Elder Su, you control the pill room of Fire Dragon Palace. You take countless source crystals from the Palace Master each year. Not mentioning the past, you took 6 million high-rank source crystals last year alone, and more than 7 million the year before that. Going further back, there were even years you took 8 million. The sect's total revenue is only 50 million. While the pill room directly consumes 10 to 20% of it." Elder Su waved his sleeve and argued, "This old master has already said that the pill room is the most important part of Fire Dragon Palace. How can our abundance of disciples cultivate without spirit pills? It's normal for the consumption to be large." The dark-faced man sneered. "If only those source crystals were really all spent on buying herbs. Can Elder Su guarantee that all the source crystals you take from the Palace Master are truly put into the operation of the pill room?" Elder Su instantly felt a little angry out of shame and shouted at him, What are you trying to imply?" The dark-faced man snorted. You know exactly what I'm implying. If Elder Su had been embezzling funds to fill his own pocket when the sect was rich, then so be it. But now, when the sect is in crisis, shouldn't Elder Su show a little more sincerity? Embezzling funds to fill my pockets? Elder Su jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his emperor chi surging as if he intended to fight it out with the dark-faced man to prove his innocence right then and there. Turning to Li Jiao, he pleaded indignantly, "Palace Master, this man slanders this elder. I ask Palace Master to please seek justice for this elder." Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear what Elder Su said. Elder Su turned back and sneered at the dark-faced man. "My pill room's financial income and expenditure are available for inspection, so this old master will not argue with you here. Whether there is any embezzling going on, Palace Master can make his own decision. As for your artifact room, who knows whether your bottom is clean or not? You old thing, you dare try to turn this around on me?" The dark-faced man was furious. "How dare you call me an old thing, you bastard? So what if I call you that? Old thing, old thing, old thing." The two of them immediately began another quarrel. Some of the remaining elders would try and back one of them up, but others tried to quell the fight. The hall was instantly sent into chaos. If Li Jiao were not still here at this moment, a brawl would most likely have broken out. Li Jiao gazed coldly at the crowd, wishing only to sweep all these annoying bastards out of the room to end all the trouble to return peace to his ears. But he was still the palace master after all. At the thought that the survival of his 10,000 disciples rested on the decisions that needed to be made here, no matter how angry he felt in his heart, he had no choice but to force it down and find a way to solve the immediate crisis first. At that moment, a creak emerged, the door was pushed open, and in walked a disciple. The noise came to an abrupt halt as everyone turned their attention to the disciple. The disciple clearly did not expect such exciting things to be happening inside the hall either. As far as his eyes could see, the prominent and aloof elders were all red-faced with bulging veins while the palace master stood at the head with a mirthless smile on his face. The disciple was immediately so frightened that he did not even dare to take a breath. "What is it?" Li Jiao asked impatiently. "Reporting to palace master. Someone is seeking an audience." The disciple responded, trembling. "I'm not seeing anyone." Li Jiao was in a bad mood, so he refused without even thinking about it. As if he had received a pardon, the disciple quickly excused himself. But Li Jiao suddenly asked, "Who is asking for an audience?" The disciple thought for a moment and answered, "He called himself Xianxia." "What?" Li Jiao was shocked to hear that answer. The group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su asked, "Xianxia? Isn't that High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then this will be interesting." The dark-faced man who was arguing with Elder Su just now had a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He raised his head and said, "Palace Master, why don't you let this Xianxia come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? Perhaps now we can have a proper discussion about our debt with him." "Yes, that's right. What a coincidence for him to visit at this time. Just let him in." "Palace Master, what do you think?" They all turned to their palace master, only to see Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. He clearly didn't think what they were suggesting was a good idea. Li Jiao sighed. High Heaven Palace is not to be provoked, and that Xianxia is also not to be provoked. But the group of elders were unconvinced because they'd heard that High Heaven Palace's palace master was only a first-order emperor. Last time, their palace master and full Sky sect master suffered a great loss in their territory. But since this Xianxia daringly sent himself to their doorstep, then they really had no idea what their palace master was afraid of. As long as they got him into this hall and shut the doors, then they could settle that huge debt in mere moments. "Tell that man that this palace master has gone out to wander the world and is not in the palace." The disciple answered his command and was just about to turn around when a sneer emerged from outside the door. "What an interesting man you are, Brother Li. This palace master has come to visit, but you won't even see me." At the end of that sentence, two more figures appeared in the hall. Before the two men appeared, None of the many Emperor Realm Masters inside even noticed them, as if they simply appeared out of thin air. Both the newcomers looked young. One of the men had a frivolous appearance with sharp brows and bright eyes, a slight smile on his lips. The other man had hair as red as fire and a cold, condescending gaze. Despite standing on the ground, he gave off the feeling that he was in the clouds, as if he belonged to a different world from everyone present. The elders were all shocked and each paled in unison. Li Jiao was also so shaken that he almost turned around and fled. It took a lot of effort before he was able to hold down that impulse in his heart to flee and turn his eyes to Yang Kai with a speechless face. Yang Kai looked up with a smile. "Brother Li is going out to wander the world?" Li Jiao laughed dryly. "That was what I was planning. Yes, but it's nothing important, just a whim. However, since Palace Master Yang is here, this Li naturally cannot leave." Yang Kai stroked his chin. If Palace Master Li still has the mind to go out on a trip, then it seems like life has been going pretty well. Li Jiao's face suddenly looked bitter. "Don't be ridiculous, Palace Master Yang. Right now, this Li's life is worse than death." When the elders heard this, all of them lowered their heads apologetically. Yang Kai laughed. "Brother Li is really interesting. Fire Dragon Palace is so big, and Brother Li is so strong and holds so much power. How could his life be worse than death?" Li Jiao thought to himself, "Isn't this all your fault?" But he kept a smile on his face as he changed the subject. "I wonder what Palace Master Yang is here for today?" Yang Kai did not answer and merely looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, This Palace Master Yang isn't thinking of collecting money, right? There's no need for Palace Master Yang to come personally for such a trivial matter, is there? Matters like these can just be left to subordinates. What's more, my Fire Dragon Palace has not forgotten this year's payment. However, I will need some time to prepare. Once everything is prepared, it will be sent to High Heaven Palace immediately without delay. And besides, the deadline is not up yet. How could I not know when the deadline is? I think today is the deadline. The cold sweat on Li Jiao's forehead was now flowing freely as he stammered, PP Palace Master Yang RR really came to collect money? He simply couldn't believe it. Even though it was true that Fire Dragon Palace owed High Heaven Palace a large amount of source crystals, it was a bit too much for Yang Kai to come himself without informing anyone. The one surnamed Yang. Don't be arrogant. The dark-faced man stepped out of the crowd and pointed at Yang Kai with his finger. Even though I don't know what means you used to cheat our palace master and put Fire Dragon Palace in such a tight spot, you should remember that you are at least a palace master. We are considered peers in the Northern Territory that are sure to come across each other in the future. As long as you can put things down in writing here and nullify the debts between our sects, then we can let you go this time. Otherwise, heh. Many of the Emperor Realm Masters were looking towards Yang Kai with ill intentions. After seeing Yang Kai in person and confirming that he was indeed just a First-Order Emperor, they all naturally had nothing to fear. Regardless of how strong High Heaven Palace's heritage was, as long as they could confine Yang Kai here, that was equivalent to gaining control over High Heaven Palace, and their so-called debt would also turn into nothing more than a joke. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was now standing in a puddle of sweat and almost fainted when he heard this. Yang Kai looked at the black-faced man, then back at Li Jiao, asking, "Is this one of your elders?" "No." Li Jiao flatly denied it. A group of Emperor Realm elders turned to look at him, dumbfounded. That dark-faced man clearly did not expect his own palace master to answer that way either, and for a moment, his jaw dropped and he appeared stunned. Li Jiao did not stop there, however, and continued in a forceful tone. "I don't know when this trash got in here and dared to masquerade as one of my Fire Dragon Palace's elders. No need to bother about the offenses of lowly people, Palace Master Yang. There's no need to pay men like him any heed." Yang Kai said coldly, "Since he's trash, then he should be cleaned up." Li Jiao quickly agreed. "Palace Master Yang is right." As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised his hand and palmed towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up the air inside the hall. Clearly, the dark-faced man hadn't been able to react when that huge palm print came down on him, But even if he had, there was no way for him to be Li Jiao's opponent with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation. There was a scream, and the dark-faced man fell to the ground. Countless bones were broken and fresh blood was spilling out of his mouth and nose. The impact had caused him to pass out directly. The entire hall was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. All the Fire Dragon Palace's elders were dumbfounded, never expecting that their own palace master would actually raise a hand against his own elders. In an instant, chills seeped through their hearts and bodies. Li Jiao was not a man who was subject to shifting moods, and every Emperor Realm elder present had been following him for at least 100 years, making great contributions to Fire Dragon Palace, but simply to not displease an outsider, Li Jiao would actually go as far as to all but waste one of his own men. Their hearts couldn't help but sink at his actions. Suffering that blow, even if the dark-faced man did not die, the injuries were still severe. At the very least, it would take a month or two of recuperation to recover from them. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Jiao waved his hand again, tossing the dark-faced man straight out of the hall before looking around with a stern gaze. If you have no eyes in your own home, you will lose face, but if you have no eyes outside, you will lose your lives. I hope all of you remember this. When the thinly veiled warning in his words entered their ears, the elders couldn't help but feel stunned, each one with a different expression. Li Jiao turned back around and smiled dryly at Yang Kai. I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied with this? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Li is handling his own sex business. It doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. Only then was Li Jiao relieved and exhaled a light breath. May I ask what Palace Master Yang has come for? Yang Kai responded in a cheerful tone. To collect money, of course. Didn't Brother Li guess it just now? Why ask if you already know the answer? Li Jiao paled in shock and tried to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he said, Palace Master Yang, please don't joke with me. Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai looked indifferently at him. Even now Li Jiao could not understand what Yang Kai was here for. It was reasonable to say that the annual debt payment of 40 million source crystals was simply not worth Yang Kai making the effort to come here personally, but from his expression it didn't seem like he was joking either. This made Li Jiao's heart pound. With such a huge debt hanging overhead, he constantly felt as if he was on his back foot and didn't even have much confidence to object. If High Heaven Palace did not have such a shocking heritage, Fire Dragon Palace might be able to resist to a certain extent, but after gaining a first-hand understanding of the depths of High Heaven Palace's background, Li Jiao couldn't even think of resisting. This man was able to associate himself with Grandmaster Jiying and had 3 monster kings protecting his sect, while even a true dragon was among their ranks. How could Fire Dragon Place compare to such a lineup? If Li Jiao really did annoy these people, then seeking passion sex yesterday would be Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao forced out the ugliest smile imaginable, having no idea what else to do. Yang Kai suddenly said, Is Brother Li having difficulties turning over the payment? Li Jiao answered embarrassedly, I will have to ask Palace Master Yang to give me more time. How long? Half a year. No, 3 months. 3 months will do. Li Jiao answered him hurriedly. 3 months? Isn't Palace Master Li rushing too much? Yang Kai smiled. What if this Palace Master gave you 3 years? What? Li Jiao was stunned. He couldn't understand what Yang Kai was implying. Yang Kai went on. This Palace Master will give you 3 years. For 3 years, your Fire Dragon Palace will not need to make any payments to my High Heaven Palace. After 3 years, our agreement will continue as usual. With these 3 years as a buffer, life for your Fire Dragon Palace should be much better. Li Jiao didn't feel pleasantly surprised by this sudden grace and instead was shocked and asked hesitantly, What is Palace Master Yang asking for in return? Nothing was free in this world, and there was no way this High Heaven Palace's Palace Master would be so kind either. Li Jiao had been alive for so many years, so he was clearly aware of such worldly matters. Yang Kai chuckled, I need Brother Li to accompany me to a place. Li Jiao suddenly became alert and his expression changed. What kind of place? Yang Kai next sent his voice directly to Li Jiao's ear. There was a dramatic change in Li Jiao's expression, as if he had heard some shockingly terrible news, and he instantly shook his head like a rattle. Palace Master Yang. It's not that this Li is not willing to help, but then pay me back the money now. Yang Kai held out his palm before Li Jiao could finish speaking. Lips twitching, Li Jiao fumed. Palace Master Yang. This Li treats you with sincerity. So please don't bully others too much. I, Li Jiao, am not scared of you. Yang Kai smiled. No need to be so unreasonable, brother Li. All you have to do is accompany me there. It's not like I'm asking for your life. Li Jiao shook his head. Any other place is fine. Only that place is? He seemed to recall something from the past and was unable to help himself from shivering. Palace Master Yang should ask for something else instead. If this Li can fulfill it, this Li will surely meet your demands. You really won't? Yang Kai's face sank slightly. Li Jiao gave his silence in response. Yang Kai sighed. Forget it. A forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Since brother Li is unwilling, then this palace master will not force it. It's just that this palace master intended to help brother Li solve a crisis. But since brother Li is unwilling to cooperate, then I wish you the best of luck. Li Jiao's heart jumped and he asked in astonishment, Crisis? What crisis? Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Lai, who had been standing silently at the side, finally spoke at this moment. He knows where Zhu Qing is? No one knows better than him. Yang Kai nodded. The reason why Zhu Qing went to the frozen earth in the first place was because of Li Jiao. Many years ago, Li Jiao was able to obtain a dragon blood flower from the frozen earth and brought it back to his fire dragon palace to cultivate it with his own blood. According to him, the reason why a dragon blood flower could appear in a desolate place like the frozen earth was because a great dragon lost its life there. And it was by drawing on the vital essence of that fallen great dragon that a dragon blood flower was able to survive. Zhu Qing had asked Li Jiao about the location, hoping to head into the frozen earth to retrieve the dragon source left behind by that great dragon. So, if anyone else in this world knew where Zhu Qing was in the frozen earth, it had to be Li Jiao. Making him lead the way would be the fastest way to find her. Good. Zhu Lai nodded at his words and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's chest tightened suddenly as an inexplicable sense of danger welled up in him. He had noticed this red-haired young man before and also sensed his might. That was the reason he repeatedly tolerated Yang Kai's attempts to trouble him. Now, as he had disagreed, Li Jiao was naturally even more wary of him. Li Jiao asked in a deep voice, May I ask who your excellency is? Zhu Lai sneered. A lizard like you is not qualified to know my name. Lizard. Li Jiao was furious. Naturally, he was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind him that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. She was an existence that he couldn't even lay eyes on. Though this red-haired young man was certainly powerful, it was not to the extent that he would fear him. Li Jiao was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so there weren't many people who could beat him in this world. Filthy bloodlines like yours disgust me the most. You should have been exterminated a long time ago. Zhu Lai's eyes were overflowing with contempt. This statement angered Li Jiao completely, as the impurity of his bloodline had always been a thorn in his heart. So anyone who mentioned it was sure to draw his ire. So, with a roar, Li Jiao was ready to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how powerful this man was, as long as he was not a great emperor-level existence, then they couldn't be his opponent here in Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao occupied favorable conditions and an advantageous position, allowing him to exert force far beyond his own strength. But Li Jiao's raging roar abruptly caught in his throat the next moment, while the surging Emperor Qi inside his body froze. Standing on the high platform, his eyes trembled as he gazed down below, shaking like a leaf and nearly falling on his, but as he stammered, "Dida Dragon Clan!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was approaching him step by step, the manifestation of a vibrant red great dragon suddenly emerged. The pair of huge dragon eyes floating above his head was staring at Li Jiao without any emotion, causing him to feel as if all energy had been sucked from his body. The blood in his veins felt like it had stopped flowing, and even his Emperor Qi couldn't circulate. Now, even if the man approaching was in the Dao Source realm, he would still be able to slaughter him casually right then and there. A loud dragon roar finally sounded, and the deafening call sent shivers down everyone's spine. Fire Dragon Palace's many elders were all ashen-faced and panicked at the sight, all of them staring at the figure of the great dragon behind Zhu Lai's back with lost eyes, each of them feeling a deep sense of inferiority and insignificance before it. Only now did they realize how wise their palace master truly was. When Li Jiao knocked out that dark-faced man and threw him out, they thought that their palace master was cold and unfeeling. But now they deeply understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was timid and cowardly, but that he had far greater foresight than they. Without even mentioning how strong that High Heaven Palace's palace master who was watching the show from the side was, a member of the dragon clan like this one alone would be enough to sweep away everyone present. If any conflict truly broke out at this moment, then only Fire Dragon Palace would suffer. That was a true dragon, a living, breathing member of the dragon clan. The dragon clan that had always existed only in legends and ancient books actually appeared so suddenly in front of their eyes. The situation almost didn't feel real to the people here. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize how subdued the descriptions in those ancient books were. The might of the dragon clan could not be described in words alone. When a dragon became angry, who could oppose them? Not to mention, clashing with a dragon meant opposing Dragon Island. Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage, nor the ability. In a flash, Zhu Lai had already walked up the platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao by the neck, lifting him up. Even though he had third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was just like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, having no power to resist in the slightest. Even if he tried to struggle, he could not break free from his restraint, and soon his face was turning blue as his breathing became difficult. Help me! Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's hold, and his neck felt like it was going to be crushed, while the cold, murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes filled him with overwhelming fear. He could only turn his head towards Yang Kai creakily and beg for help. Since they came together, Yang Kai's words must carry some weight. But Yang Kai just shrugged. "I apologize, Brother Li, but there's nothing I can do about this situation." Li Jiao was gasping and could no longer spit out any words. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were also anxious, all of them watching their palace master suffer this humiliation, but none of them daring to go up and help. Not that they could help with their strength even if they tried. It was an extremely awkward situation. "I forgot to tell you. This dragon is Zhu Qing's younger brother. He also came from Dragon Island. You still remember Zhu Qing, don't you? She was the female dragon that headed to that place. Speaking of which, Brother Li must also take some responsibility for this matter." Yang Kai made a long sigh. "Zhu Qing has not returned since she set off for that place, so it seems like she has encountered some kind of danger. After that, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island hoping to save his elder sister. TSK, such a touching sibling love. But since learning that Brother Li was the source of the matter, his impression of you hasn't been very good." Li Jiao's eyes were almost rolling to the back of his head, and only the white of them could be seen. "Ah, that's right." Yang Kai continued piling wood to the fire. "This brother also seems to not be very fond of those who are not of pure blood. He sees one, he'll kill one, sees two, he'll kill both. When I mentioned Brother Li's situation to him previously, I'm not sure if he heard me or not. But in any case, this is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really not appropriate for me, an outsider, to interfere." Only at this moment did Li Jiao understand what Yang Kai meant by crisis. This was indeed a big crisis for him. He couldn't understand how the dragon clan that was hard for normal masters to see even once in their lives would appear in front of him time after time. And it was always related to this damned High Heaven Palace master. More and more, Li Jiao was beginning to see Dragon Island's shadow lurking behind High Heaven Palace, and in the current situation, even if this dragon really did kill him, he was in no position to argue, much less expect those subordinates of his to avenge him. He wanted to speak, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no other choice, he could only raise his hand and put up 3 fingers, shaking it constantly. "Brother Li, what are you trying to say? I can't understand the gesture you're making." Yang Kai had a bewildered look on his face. Li Jiao continued shaking, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to it. 3 fingers turned into 2, and then finally into 1. Only then did Yang Kai say, "I think I understand now. Since Brother Li is so sincere, I think we can negotiate." He turned to Zhu Lai and said, "Let him go for now. If you really kill him, then don't even hope that you can find your elder sister anymore." Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a loose sack. With a bang, Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before he came to a stop. Quickly crawling up, he coughed violently for a while. It took him a lot of effort before he was able to steady himself, but he didn't even have the courage to glare at Zhu Lai. His eyes were dodging left and right, nerves overwhelmed by fear. If any other third-order Emperor Realm Master was placed in front of him, then he wouldn't behave this way, but in front of a pure-blood dragon, he just couldn't find it in his bones to resist or even feel resentful. He just felt inferior in every way, and that he deserved this mistreatment. "Brother Li, matters can't be delayed. We should depart now," Yang Kai said to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded helplessly. Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Don't look so aggrieved. It's not like we really want your life, we just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you're not gaining anything from this. This palace master can give you a grace period of 1 year to repay your debt." Li Jiao could not stop his face from twitching, feeling so much regret that his stomach was doing flips. If he had known that Yang Kai would bring a true dragon with him, then he would have agreed to anything he said from the start. How could he have tried to bargain with him? Now it was done. The original 3-year deadline extension had been cut to just 1 year, and it was by his own request. Li Jiao turned around and instructed the many Emperor Realm Masters present. "Please take care of the palace. This Li will be out for a while." The elders nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Jiao with pity in their eyes. They knew Li Jiao's situation as well, and knew that he was not a fearful man. He simply had no choice in front of his natural enemy. Frightened to delay any longer, Li Jiao urged Yang Kai to hurry on their way. After the Flowing Clouds shuttle was summoned, the 3 men entered it and shot off towards the north. Each territory had its own forbidden zones and restricted areas. The Southern Territory had the Southern Swamp, the Eastern Territory had the ancient wildlands, the Western Territory had the Western Desert, while the Northern Territory had the Frozen Earth. These were only the most famous spots, however, as there were countless other dangerous places of varying sizes. But in terms of the degree of danger and fatality rate, if the Northern Territory's Frozen Earth were placed second, then no other place could be named first. The Frozen Earth's reputation as the most dangerous place in the entire star boundary was recognized by all. Even great emperors did not dare to venture casually into this forbidden zone. Other places such as Southern Swamp and ancient wildlands contained many different treasures. Though these places were extremely dangerous, they held many hidden opportunities. However, there was nothing beyond cold death in the Frozen Earth. No one knew what the Frozen Earth looked like inside because everyone who entered its depths died. The first reason Li Jiao was able to come out of the Frozen Earth alive was because of luck, and the second was because he did not delve too deep. The place that he went back then was but the outer periphery. That was several hundreds of years ago, when Li Jiao had just advanced to the Third-Order Emperor realm. He was in vigorous spirits and reckless, feeling that there was nowhere in this vast world he could not go. On a whim, he took a trip to the Frozen Earth. After narrowly escaping death on that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the Frozen Earth again. It was also during that time that Li Jiao brought the Dragon Blood Flower back to Fire Dragon Palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again several hundred years later. Despite it being such a long time ago, Li Jiao still remembered his experience vividly. On the way, he revealed a lot of information about the Frozen Earth to Yang Kai and Zhu Lai, and even though it was not much, it was still useful. According to Li Jiao, the Frozen Earth's greatest feature was its frigid temperature. The cold there was not ordinary by any measure and could extinguish all vitality. It was a kind of cold that could not be described, nor could it be resisted. That damned place seemed to have a natural restraint on all life, and any existence with vitality would not be able to survive there for long. Very soon, they were able to confirm that information. The further north they went on the Flowing Clouds shuttle, the colder the temperature got outside. There was a blanket of white as far as the eye could see, making it impossible to distinguish between the four directions. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly floating around the sky, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Besides white, there was simply no other color to be seen. Despite hiding in the flowing clouds shuttle, the three of them could still feel some chill. Even though it was weak, this was still extremely rare. The flowing clouds shuttle may be a flight-type artifact, but it was still an Emperor artifact after all, one refined by Hou Yu's hands personally, having many defensive features equipped. If even an Emperor artifact like this could not withstand the severe cold, it was not hard to imagine how harsh the environment was outside. Li Jiao's face grew more and more terrible, and if not for Zhu Lai standing nearby as a deterrent, he would probably have fled and ran back. 10 days after their departure from Fire Dragon Palace, the three men barely reached the edge of the frozen earth. Li Jiao had a vivid memory of the location where he found the dragon blood flower, so he was constantly leading the way forward. And so, after another 2 days passed, Li Jiao suddenly said with excitement, "Over there, see that three-peaked mountain? That's where I found the dragon blood flower back then." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai, whose brows knitted slightly, and he slowly shook his head. He and Zhu Qing were brother and sister, and they were both red dragons, so there was more or less some connection between them. If Zhu Qing were still there, he would have been able to sense it. But at this moment, he could not feel any of Zhu Qing's aura at all. Regardless, Yang Kai steered the flowing clouds shuttle towards the three-peaked mountain. At the depressions between the peaks, the flowing clouds shuttle landed, and the three came out in turn. As soon as they left the flowing clouds shuttle's protection, a cold that penetrated deep into the depths of both their bones and their souls came over them from all directions, causing them to be unable to help themselves from shuddering and circulating their strength to resist it. This was only the edge of the frozen earth, and it was already so cold that an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master probably couldn't last more than a day or so. It was hard to imagine how things were like in the deeper areas of the frozen earth. Zhu Lai's dragon aura seemed to have some subduing effect on this type of cold though. So when Li Jiao saw this, he couldn't help but lean closer. But when he was met with Zhu Lai's cold stare, he chuckled embarrassedly and backed 2 steps away. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and scanned through a 100-kilometer radius, only to retract it after a short while and shiver slightly. In that short amount of time, it felt like his divine sense was going to freeze completely. If he did not retract it then, he would have suffered damage to his soul. "This is where you pointed Zhu Qing to that day?" Yang Kai turned to ask Li Jiao. Li Jiao hurriedly responded, "Yes, I'm sure of it. I remember this place. Unless there exists another location in the frozen earth that is exactly the same as this one." The three-peaked mountain was a good landmark, so even though it happened several hundreds of years ago, Ji Liao's memory wouldn't be wrong. While speaking, he beckoned them. "I remember it was in this direction that I found the dragon blood flower back then." Yang Kai and Zhu Lai followed behind him, and soon, Li Jiao stopped at a certain spot. Looking up at the direction of the three-peaked mountain, he silently calculated and verified it for a long time before nodding. "This is the place it has to be." Zhu Lai also said, "I can feel a weak dragon aura here." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a flame erupted on his palm, turning into a vivid fire dragon that crashed straight onto the snow on the ground. The hot fire melted the snow, and very soon, a deep depression of several hundreds of meters quickly appeared, revealing the dirt hidden underneath the ice. The dirt was frozen solid, and was even stiffer than steel. However, there was a very obvious trace of what appeared to be a huge claw mark on top of it. Li Jiao said excitedly, "See? I was right. This is where that great dragon died." The huge claw marks were clearly left behind by the claws of a dragon. Even after hundreds of years, it was perfectly preserved under the cover of the snow. The trio moved together and soon removed all the snow covering the area. At once, the huge marks left behind by the great dragon appeared in front of them. As Li Jiao said before, there were only traces left here, but not the great dragon's corpse. The reason for that was because the great dragon's physical essence and even bones had become nutrients for the dragon blood flower. There were no traces left by Zhu Qing here, so none of them knew whether she had been here before. Yang Kai sensed the area silently for a long time and shook his head. The source isn't here, even though he wasn't a member of the Dragon Clan. The golden divine dragon source had truly begun to merge with his body ever since he began cultivating the dragon transformation secret art that Zhu Qing passed to him. Both his bloodline and physical body were gradually transforming towards being that of a dragon. So, if there was a dragon source here, he would surely be able to sense it. Zhu Lai glanced at him and said, "I'm going to perform a Dragon Clan secret technique. Stand guard for me." Yang Kai nodded and stepped aside. Li Jiao's face also changed, and he looked over at Zhu Lai with both curiosity and eagerness. The Dragon Clan's secret techniques were a type of profound secret techniques that could only be performed by those with the Dragon Clan bloodline. Yang Kai could suppress Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing in bloodline power, but not through systematic study. Still, he couldn't perform the Dragon Clan's secret techniques because they involved the use of dragon essence and the dragon language. Li Jiao had a hint of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so he was naturally curious and eager to learn about this. Closing his eyes, Zhu Lai focused his mind. A few moments later, he opened his eyes. Like a knife, he drew his fingers over his palm, breaking the skin with his sharp nails. Immediately, the air was filled with the rich smell of blood. Zhu Lai clenched the hand with the wound and raised it high. Dragon essence surged within his body as a quiet incantation spilled from his mouth. The spell was both profound and complicated. To the ears of others, it sounded very difficult and awkward to pronounce, as if Zhu Lai were speaking with his mouth full. Li Jiao, who had pricked up his ears, had a bewildered face, and he scratched his ears anxiously. It was such a rare chance for him to encounter a pureblood dragon performing a Dragon Clan secret technique in front of him, so he had the heart to learn. Unfortunately, he couldn't even figure out what he was saying, so how could he learn anything? Yang Kai couldn't understand it either, but he felt that this Dragon Clan secret technique that Zhu Lai was performing had some similarities to the shamanic spells performed by the shamans of ancient times. Both of them required incantation and circulation of strength. Under the gazes of the two, drop after drop of fresh blood dripped down from Zhu Lai's palm. His dragon blood was different from normal blood and, just like a ball of hot flame, it gave off a scorching aura. When it landed on the ground, it began to sizzle before melting into the ground and disappearing. The wind rose and the snow flew. Zhu Lai's incantations grew higher and higher in pitch until they gradually began to resemble a dragon roar or rolling thunder. It shook one's eardrums until they hurt, and the way his red hair danced wildly and his robes fluttered. The world seemed to be filled completely by this dragon roar. All of a sudden, Zhu Lai's voice stopped. As he climbed to the very peak of his momentum, he seemed to deflate like a ball, instantly losing much of his spirit. Some sweat had also gathered on his face. Even though it was not known what sort of Dragon Clan secret technique he performed, it undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. Both Yang Kai and Li Jiao were looking at him with anxious eyes, but Zhu Lai just lowered his gaze and stared at the ground. After his fresh blood had been poured onto the ground, the surrounding area had been dyed red, and as the burning energy collided with the cold air around them, it began emitting a steaming heat. Then, Zhu Lai's eyes flashed, while at the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were also able to sense a change. The earth that was dyed with Zhu Lai's fresh blood was writhing, as if something was going to break out from the ground. Under the watchful gazes of the trio, a little bit of the crimson red sprouted from the ground and quickly rose up, spreading out branches and leaves. In just a moment's time, a 1/3 of a meter-tall plant appeared on the ground that looked red as if it were made of fresh blood. No matter how they looked at it, this thing looked just like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked the blood coral into his hand. A dense red glow gathered at its crown, and it began to drift towards one direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red string that was tied to the top of the plant. Strangely enough, the direction in which the red band drifted was completely different from the direction of the wind. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red band was moving and said, "Zhu Qing is there. She's still alive." Even though they had no idea how he could possibly figure that out, it was undoubtedly related to the Dragon Clan secret technique he just performed. Without a word, Yang Kai summoned his flowing clouds shuttle and shouted, Get in! Li Jiao, however, stood in place and did not move. He looked at Yang Kai and said in a fawning tone, Palace Master Yang, this Li has already brought you to this place. For the rest of the journey, hey! Gentlemen, use words not fists. This Li is at least. Before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by Zhu Lai and tossed into the flowing clouds shuttle directly, and his expression instantly twisted into one of bitter resentment. He had no idea why this dragon was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his task of bringing Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. So what happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to Fire Dragon Palace. But things just didn't work out how he hoped they would. As a third-order emperor, it had been many years since he had tasted this feeling of powerlessness. Li Jiao made a vow in his heart that if he made it out of this trip alive, he would never have any dealings with a true dragon ever again. They were simply unreasonable bullies. The flowing clouds shuttle broke through the air, but its speed became slower and slower the further they went. After performing the secret technique, Zhu Lai became very weak. So Yang Kai was the one holding the blood coral and using the direction of the drifting red light to lead them to Zhu Qing. After entering only 2,000 kilometers into the frozen earth, the flowing clouds shuttle, which was in flight, suddenly shook violently and plunged headlong into the ground. Yang Kai was stunned. He thought it was some sort of attack, but he soon realized what had happened. While kicking Li Jiao out, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating to restore his energy. Then, he put away the flowing clouds shuttle and stood in the air. The cold wind that blew over enveloped them with a chill that could seemingly freeze their souls. In such a treacherous environment, even masters who had cultivated ice principles may not be able to last long. Li Jiao flew over, shivering and asking in a sullen face, "What happened?" When they were taking shelter in the flowing clouds shuttle, they at least had a layer of protection around them. Now that his body was making direct contact with frozen Earth's environment, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly flowing away. Even though staying here was no problem for a short time, staying here for any longer may just reduce his lifespan. It's nothing. We just have to walk the rest of the way ourselves. Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flying emperor artifact like the flowing clouds shuttle was actually frozen in this place and unable to function properly. If one did not experience it for themselves, then one probably would not be able to believe it. Zhu Lai was unperturbed, but Li Jiao's face became snow-white in an instant. He hesitated for a while before speaking up. "Two sirs, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai looked at him, his expression even colder than the coldness of frozen earth, causing the words in Li Jiao's mouth to change at once. "This Li will cover the rear." "Very good." Yang Kai smiled. Holding the dragon blood coral in one hand, he led the way in front. Zhu Lai reached out and grabbed Li Jiao, throwing him forward so he could follow closely behind Yang Kai while he took up the rear himself. Flying in the frozen earth definitely wasn't a pleasant experience. But soon, Yang Kai noticed an interesting phenomenon. That is, the higher he flew, the more energy it consumed, and the more terrifying that vitality-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down. When he stuck close to the ground, the resistance he felt was much weaker. Only, their trip was much slower this way, though it was also much safer in relation. After a full day's work, the three of them had only moved several kilometers forward, which was simply unbelievable for a group of Emperor Realm Masters. During that one day, all three of them were shivering, and both their hair and faces were covered in frost. No matter how the three of them circulated their qi, they could not resist the invasion of coldness into their bodies. There were many times when Li Jiao wanted to leave, but as soon as he met Zhu Lai's gaze, the courage that he tried so hard to build up would fall apart again. Unable to say a word, he could only try his best to keep up with Yang Kai's pace. He could not understand how Yang Kai could withstand this cold for long, being only a first-order emperor. It was reasonable to say that he, as a first-order emperor realm cultivator, should have frozen to death long ago, and yet it seemed that among the three of them, he was in the best condition. Even Zhu Lai, a member of the Dragon Clan, could not compare with him. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and perked up his ears to listen. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was behind him, almost bumped into him, and when he saw Yang Kai's grave expression, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai's eyes crossed over Li Jiao and looked straight at Zhu Lai. "Something's coming." Zhu Lai nodded lightly. He noticed it too. There was in fact something coming at them, and the air and the chill around them were showing less than normal signs of fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was devoid of life, so what could possibly be approaching them? However, with how serious Yang Kai and Zhu Lai looked, he couldn't help but worry. It must be that. Yang Kai raised his head and squinted into the distance. Li Jiao followed his gaze and gulped. Something dark had suddenly appeared on that side of the sky, like a curtain that covered the horizon and was rapidly moving towards them. Frozen tide. Li Jiao seemed to have recalled something and called out in alarm while quickly backing away at the same time. In a life-or-death crisis, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way they came without even looking back. He just wanted to get as far away from the so-called frozen tide as soon as possible. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai were right behind him though, as the fear of death offset any other disadvantages. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. "What's the frozen tide?" Yang Kai asked as he fled. "A heavenly manifestation," Li Jiao answered with a hideous expression. He could only grieve that his parents birthed him with only 2 legs and caused him to run so slow. "It's a heavenly manifestation specific to the frozen earth." Li Jiao escaped from a brush with death in the frozen earth back then, so he naturally paid more attention to it afterwards. Only there was simply too little information about the frozen earth. Even though he had the heart to collect information, there wasn't much for him to discover. He knew that there was a type of heavenly manifestation called the frozen tide in the frozen earth, and knew that no one could survive it. However, how the frozen tide was formed, how one should avoid it, or what it looked like, he wasn't sure. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes at this moment that he was immediately sure that this had to be the frozen tide. The trio had their speed greatly hampered in this environment, so even though they exerted all their strength, they could not escape the frozen tide's approach. Watching it get closer and closer, both Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions did not look too good. In front of a life-or-death crisis, no one could remain calm. Yang Kai tried to use his space principles, but found it incredibly difficult. The coldness in the frozen earth seemed able to freeze even space itself, forcing him to set aside any idea of escaping with instantaneous movement. As the frozen tide grew closer and closer to the three, the bone-chilling cold seemed to hit their back like a huge hammer, causing them to not be able to stop from shivering all over. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned fierce as he roared. "If this Li dies here because of you, then I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost." The days of grievance and anger gathering in him finally burst out at this moment. They were going to die anyway, so why should he still have so many scruples? "Yang Kai, aren't you supposed to be powerful? You even have monster kings and divine spirits serving you. Find a way to do something about this situation." Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Li Jiao went on angrily. "You're nothing more than a fox borrowing a tiger's prestige. Do you think this Li is really afraid of you? If not for Grandmaster Ji Ying's sake, this Li would have led his men over to flatten your high heaven palace long ago. This Li will give you a life worse than death." A trivial first-order emperor realm cultivator dares to act arrogant in front of this Li? Ridiculous. Seemingly not satisfied with his scolding, he turned to Zhu Lai next and continued, "Dragon? So what if you're from the Dragon clan? Do you think you can look down on all others just because you were born lucky? This king's bloodline may not be pure, but so what? This king was birthed and raised by his parents. This king cultivated to the third-order emperor realm with his own efforts. If you didn't have your Dragon clan bloodline, then you probably wouldn't even be able to reach this king's height. All day long, you go around putting on airs. I don't even know who you're showing off to. If you have the skill, then don't use bloodline suppression and face this king head-on. This Li will definitely show you this king's power." Damn, how did this Li get caught up in your mess? 2 stars of calamity. I'd known that following you to the frozen earth wouldn't end in anything good. I should have left early on. This is all your fault. This Lee had already brought you where you needed to go, so why drag this Lee along afterwards? You really think this Lee is so easy to bully? Just you wait. If we get out of this alive, this Lee will definitely lead his sect to attack High Heaven Palace and Dragon Island. There will be blood. He was ranting on and on as if he had lost his mind, becoming somewhat hysterical. But no matter how he vented his anger, neither Yang Kai nor Zhu Lai paid him any attention. The two men exchanged glances suddenly, and Zhu Lai said, "If you have any trump cards, better bring them out now. Any later and it'll really be too late." Yang Kai curled his lip. "You dragon clansmen have so many secret techniques? Why are you looking at me? I'm just a first-order emperor. What sort of trump card would I have?" Zhu Lai gave him a deep look and sighed. "Fine. Since you don't feel like showing your cards, I won't force you. I'll do it." Li Jiao's cursing stopped abruptly, as if a large invisible hand was pinching his lips closed. Looking at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai, he asked carefully with a smiling face, "Sir, do you have a way to get out of this crisis?" Zhu Lai answered coldly, "I can give it a try." Li Jiao urged him with immediacy. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly." While flying, Yang Kai smirked at him. Li Jiao couldn't help his frozen white face from flushing with embarrassment. "Sir must take me as well. Just now, I don't know what possessed me. It was surely a bout of madness. Those definitely aren't my true thoughts, so please don't take it personally, sir." He just wanted to slap himself for letting his tongue slip. He didn't expect to get himself into such big trouble, and he didn't even know whether this dragon was willing to help him out now. But his worries were superfluous. When the dragon roar came out, the figure of a vibrant red great dragon appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The great dragon circled around and wrapped around the three of them at once. They seemed to be isolated from the bitter cold, giving them a sense of security. Letting out a cry, signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of Zhu Lai's body. Then, he turned straight around and actually began rushing in the direction of the frozen tide. Li Jiao was so frightened that his soul almost left his body and he screamed out loud. Still, he didn't dare to move away from the red dragon's protection and could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the frozen tide. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised by this, but he quickly understood Zhu Lai's plan. It was simply impossible for them to escape from the frozen tide's advance with their current speed. So rather than let it catch up to them and struggle through it, they might as well turn back and face it. With the three of them, they may be able to break through it with their strength. This was not the best idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps they might actually get out of this crisis this way. The cold wind howled, and the frozen tide grew closer and closer to the trio. Li Jiao's face was already shocked to a ghastly color, and if not for his firm mental temperament, he would probably have fainted then and there. A dozen breaths later, the three of them finally collided with the frozen tide head-on and were enveloped by the pitch-black mass. Zhu Lai's face changed dramatically as he discovered that something was wrong at that moment. Unlike what he expected, this frozen tide did not seem to be some natural disaster caused by the convergence of world energy. Rather, the feeling it gave him was of an indescribable existence, causing him to be unable to use any of the methods he had prepared, swallowing him up directly and whisking him away. Yang Kai was also taken aback as he muttered, "Space principles?" He would never have thought that the heavenly manifestation, the frozen tide, that existed on the frozen earth, actually contained extremely rich space principles. The instant they were enveloped by the frozen tide, the space around them fluctuated chaotically, and it actually gave them a feeling that they were being teleported. Moreover, this feeling was even more violent than cross-territory teleportation. It felt like they were being completely torn into a fine powder as they were thrown through the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai pushed his own space principles. In the next moment, Yang Kai became dazed and he could no longer sense Zhu Lai and Li Jiao's presence, having no idea where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai just felt himself falling endlessly, and that dizzy feeling was growing stronger and stronger. Only by circulating his space principles was he able to feel a little better. It was not known how much time passed when that dizziness finally disappeared all of a sudden. Yang Kai fell heavily onto solid ground. Then he bounced up and rolled a few times before he came to a stop. All the bones in his body felt like they had been broken, and he was hit by a feeling of nausea that he had never experienced before, causing him to gag a few times. The surrounding area was quiet and still snow-capped as usual, but Li Jiao and Zhu Lai were nowhere to be seen. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became grave. Even though the surrounding scenery did not look much different from earlier, the coldness that penetrated deep into his soul was no longer present. He could keenly sense the differences in this place. It felt like a completely new world, a world that did not exist in the same plane as the frozen earth. Yang Kai tried to examine the world principles around him next, and after a few moments, his suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed another world. Though the world principles here were complete, they were also somewhat confused, very different from the star boundary's world principles. In other words, he was not currently in the star boundary. Yang Kai thought back to what happened earlier and was able to muster a faint guess. But he wasn't too sure. The only thing he could be sure of was the fact that the place that he arrived at was greatly related to the frozen tide. Perhaps the frozen tide was the entrance to this world, and its heaven-destroying and earth-shattering might was merely a mirage. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eye. Turning his head over, Yang Kai saw the dragon blood coral he was holding in his hand glowing 100 times brighter than before. The dense light coming from the crown of the coral had coalesced into a thick red band that was drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brows and shouted, immediately understanding why these changes happened to the dragon blood coral. This was something Zhu Lai had created using his dragon blood in conjunction with a dragon clan's secret technique, and its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. When they were searching for her in the frozen earth, it did in fact guide their way. But its light was nowhere near as strong as now. Zhu Qing was here, and she was probably not far from him. When the frozen tide washed over him, it clearly swept across a wide area, and he was brought to this world by that frozen tide. If Zhu Qing was also swallowed up by the frozen tide, she would also appear in this world, which was why these changes happened to the dragon blood coral. At this thought, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and rushed in the direction it led. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. Sure enough, an hour later, Yang Kai discovered that familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he emerged. Blood-red long hair like flames, a small and delicate body, lying on her side on the snow, her life or death uncertain. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over to pick up this figure, and brushing her hair from her face. Sure enough, it was Zhu Qing. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, even though he had no idea where they were at right now, Yang Kai was finally relieved to have some good news. Zhu Qing was found, and as for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai guessed that they probably weren't in any danger either. That frozen tide was indeed quite frightening in appearance, but it didn't seem to bring much harm. The reason they were split up was completely because he instinctively used his space principles the moment they were enveloped by the frozen tide. However, Zhu Qing's condition didn't seem right. She was a dragon after all, and one on par or even stronger than a third-order emperor. There was no reason for her to be unconscious on the ground. Perhaps it had something to do with being swallowed up by the frozen tide just now. After all, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, felt nauseous for a long time after being swallowed up. But that was clearly not the main reason. Her body felt as cold as a block of ice, and even her vitality felt extremely weak. Picking up Zhu Qing, Yang Kai propped her up against himself before extending 2 fingers to her wrist and pouring his emperor qi into her body to check her condition. A moment later, Yang Kai's brows knitted into a frown. The aura inside of Zhu Qing's body was in disorder, but it was not likely the cause of her injury. Instead, it seemed more like dissonance in her cultivation. It puzzled him and made him wonder what it was that Zhu Qing encountered in the frozen earth to end up facing such an odd crisis. She was a member of the Dragon Clan, after all. In addition, Zhu Qing's physical condition was also very bad. She must have stayed in the frozen earth for too long, causing her vitality to be drained by the cold. Most of her body was astonishingly weak, and if she was not provided proper treatment soon, she could very well die. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a nearby cave, lifted Zhu Qing up, and sped over. The cave was probably left by some beast as a pungent smell remained inside, but it had clearly been abandoned for quite some time. From the looks of it, no living creature had visited this place in years. In order to avoid any unnecessary disturbances during the treatment process, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and brought Zhu Qing into it. In an environment that was beautiful and refreshing like a spring day, Yang Kai laid Zhu Qing flat on the ground before taking out a large handful of spirit pills from his space ring and prying her mouth open, stuffing them in without a second thought. Zhu Qing's current situation was a little tricky to deal with. Under the effects of the frozen earth's cold, her physique had been severely corroded, and the dragon essence in her body had somehow been thrown into dissonance. So, if she were to be saved, the chill first had to be forced out of her from the inside. Only then would she be able to bring order to the rioting dragon essence inside her body. Most of the pills Yang Kai had on hand were good-quality spirit pills, worth millions of high-rank source crystals, but he still stuffed them into her mouth without reservation. The effects were naturally remarkable. Under Yang Kai's assistance, the spirit pills' medicinal efficacies soon came into play. As they traveled through Zhu Qing's limbs and bones, a biting chill gradually seeped out from her pores, the same cold as the one permeating through the frozen earth. As it flowed out from her body, the surrounding vegetation soon withered and died. Gradually, her cold body regained a trace of warmth and her snow-white face also began to show some signs of vitality. Yang Kai kept on calling out her name and even broke into her knowledge sea with his divine sense in an attempt to wake her up. But despite his efforts, Zhu Qing showed not a shred of reaction. It seemed as if she were unable to detect any sensations from the outside world, and both her eyes were tightly shut, as if she had already passed on. Yang Kai could only constantly circulate his emperor qi to ease her out of her current danger. Yang Kai lost track of how long had passed, but the situation never improved. After the medicinal efficacies of the emperor pills wore out, the coldness inside Zhu Qing's body reared its head again. The cold seemed to have a life of its own and was able to divide and multiply within her body. As long as a trace of it remained, it would flare up again. Yang Kai withdrew his hand inside, staring at her exquisite face, and only after a long bout of hesitation did he make up his mind and grabbed something from the void. A verdant glow suddenly appeared on his palm, a glow of bright jade green. Even though it was only a glow, it contained an unimaginable surge of vitality, the essence of the immortal tree. This time, Yang Kai did not pick a leaf of the immortal tree directly since there were not many left. If he picked any more, the immortal tree would become bare. Extracting the essence of the tree this way was sure to cause damage to the immortal tree. But Yang Kai did not care because a life was at stake. It's up to your luck now. If this doesn't bring you back, then your fate must have run its course. After muttering to himself, Yang Kai pried apart Zhu Qing's delicate lips and stuffed the green light into her mouth. The green light turned into a drop of pure green water and rolled down Zhu Qing's throat, into her belly. A dazzling light burst out in the next instant as the surface of Zhu Qing's body was instantly steeped in green, as if glowing moss was growing over it. At the same time, her faint vitality also burst out like a pot of oil splattered over a blazing fire. Chi 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 chi. The cold spilled from Zhu Qing's pores like a flood, melting with the green light on her body, emitting dense sparks of noise. Yang Kai watched quietly while constantly checking her condition with his divine sense. As time passed, there was less and less cold pouring out of Zhu Qing's body, and the green light on the surface of her body also gradually weakened. It seemed as if both the cold and the essence of the immortal tree were running out of energy. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing's flesh also gradually regained its vitality, and her exposed skin was slowly getting rosy. Yang Kai breathed out a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. When the last trace of coldness was expelled from Zhu Qing's body, the green light that was enveloping her form also slowly faded away. The essence of the immortal tree was not exhausted, but it would now become capital for Zhu Qing when she grew stronger. She lay on the ground, seemingly able to sleep until the end of time. Crossing his arms, Yang Kai stood beside her and looked down at her, eyes sweeping from head to toe without restraint. He recalled the time when he held her before and could not help but feel a little excited. As expected of a dragon, such a figure, tsk. Yang Kai commented as if he were admiring a work of art. Suddenly, a trace of evil began to surge in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, shouldn't he collect some interest too? Anyways, it wasn't like he'd never done anything frivolous to this girl before. They were strangers in their first meeting, friends the next, and they already knew each other so well by their third meeting. If not for her, he wouldn't have risked danger to come to the frozen earth, much less be swallowed up by the frozen tide. Now not even sure where he was. There was even a chance he may not be able to leave here for the rest of his life and would end up with her here to live like birds flying and nestling together, then raising a family of little dragons. An excited voice was screaming in his mind, telling him to collect interest. He had to collect some interest for all this. As such a thought sprung up though, Yang Kai realized in shock that his suppressed desires were cropping up again. He hurriedly tried to suppress the urges, but suddenly, he felt an enchantingly soft feeling on his hands. Looking down, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help but gape in shock. His two hands had somehow ended up pressed onto the two great peaks on Zhu Qing's chest. It was exactly that lofty softness and amazing elasticity that made it impossible for him to knead and massage these mountains a few times. His nostrils flared up, and Yang Kai could feel the blood boiling in his body. The quiet voice in his mind now began screaming loudly. Eyes locked below Zhu Qing's slender and fair neck, he gulped. Just like a traveler walking in the desert for months and finally coming across an oasis of fresh water, he wished for nothing more than to dive in. It was at that moment that the woman in front of him suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a blank face. For eyes suddenly met, and Yang Kai felt as if he had been drenched with a pot of cold water from head to toe. He instantly came back to his senses and with his mouth twitching wildly, he smiled in embarrassment and stuttered. "If I told you that this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not have the slightest response as her clear eyes continued to stare blankly at him. Yang Kai stood up and pondered for a moment with a frown on his brow before, like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water, he puffed up his chest and declared proudly, "Yes, I touched them. So what? It's not like they'll fall off if I touch them. Speaking of which, I saved your life. If I hadn't gone through the trouble of coming to the frozen earth to find you and save you from that predicament, you would have lost your life, so just take what happened as me collecting some payment for services rendered and let's call us even. What do you think?" Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai was annoyed. "Could you at least give me a reaction?" As if in response to Yang Kai's noisy chatter, Zhu Qing finally gave him a response. But it wasn't quite as Yang Kai expected. She opened her mouth, and a long groan of pain was emitted from her throat, as if she were going to die. Then, her body curled up abruptly while at the same time, an extremely cold aura radiated from her body. Yang Kai was shocked. Still no good. Seeing this scene, he was worried that even the essence of the immortal tree was unable to dispel the coldness that had encroached into Zhu Qing's body. But he soon realized that something wasn't right. This was not the frozen earth's cold. Even though it was cold enough, it was different from the cold from the frozen earth. They were not from the same source. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a dragon roar erupted, followed by the illusory phantom of a great dragon emerging from Zhu Qing's body. "Ha!" Yang Kai looked at the giant dragon's manifestation in a daze and wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Zhu Qing was a red dragon from the dragon clan, so her dragon source should be the same as Zhu Lai's. If she were to show her true form, then it would definitely be a vibrant red great dragon. But now, the one appearing before Yang Kai's eyes actually turned out to be a crystalline snow-white dragon's phantom. No matter how he looked at it, the great dragon looked just like a vivid ice sculpture, a masterpiece without the slightest flaw. However, it was completely different from a red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the chill emanating from Zhu Qing's body was precisely matching this ice dragon's aura. Yang Kai wondered if he was mistaken. He wondered if Zhu Qing had any twin sisters or something. There could be similarities in appearance, but as dragons, their source strength couldn't be mistaken. At that moment, another high-pitched dragon roar erupted. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw the expected red dragon's phantom emerging, and this second great dragon actually came out from Zhu Qing's body as well. Yang Kai's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood many things. Two sources. There were actually two sources inside of Zhu Qing's body, and they were both of different attributes. The red dragon that emerged after was clearly Zhu Qing's own source, while the ice dragon that appeared before that was just an invader. The reason why Zhu Qing's dragon essence was in a state of dissonance was because of the two source strengths clashing with each other inside her body. Even though Yang Kai checked her condition earlier, he overlooked this point, not because he didn't check carefully enough, but because this source was hidden too deeply, and with the severe damage to her body he ended up neglecting it. No wonder Zhu Qing was still not awake despite her body recovering. It turned out the problem was not with her physical body, but rather with the battle between the two sources. The next question, however, was where did this ice dragon source come from? A normal dragon clan member couldn't have two sources, and especially two diametrically opposed source strengths. Ice and fire simply could not coexist in one body. If these two sources had naturally formed inside Zhu Qing long ago, she likely wouldn't have made it till today. In a flash, a bold guess emerged in Yang Kai's mind. The ice dragon source could have been the one left behind by the great dragon who died in the frozen earth. The reason why Zhu Qing came to the frozen earth was not so she could seek out the remains of her fallen clansmen. Li Jiao had said clearly back then that the great dragon's bones had long withered away without anything left behind. The reason why Zhu Qing insisted on coming here was so she could bring back the source left behind by her fallen clansmen. It seemed now that she had found it, but ended up becoming impaired by the ice dragon source. Sources had no sentience of their own. It was essentially just a mass of power with the lowest level of instinct. As two powers attempted to coexist in Zhu Qing's body, they greatly repelled and confronted each other naturally. With Zhu Qing's body as the battlefield, the two sources fought each other endlessly. Yang Kai could not see this internal battle unless the two powers directly revealed themselves as they did in front of him now. While he was still taken aback by the situation, the two great dragons roared again in unison and disappeared back into Zhu Qing's body. Zhu Qing wailed in pain. At the moment, she had fallen completely unconscious, and even the way she opened her eyes earlier was not a conscious effort, but rather an instinctive reaction. A thin layer of ice could be seen forming over Zhu Qing's body as a trace of cold seeped out from her body, seemingly intent on freezing her completely. But very soon, a burning aura rose up, lashing out at the coldness, shattering the ice. This caused Zhu Qing's entire body to burn as if it were on fire. Her skin had become red and hot. Even the ground she was laying on was scorched. Zhu Qing's moans seemed to grow more and more painful as the two forces appeared alternatively in a cycle that seemed to go on and on. Yang Kai was at a loss as he had no idea what to do at this point. If it were just an injury, then it wouldn't matter how severe it was, he would have a way to solve it. But Zhu Qing had been saved by the immortal tree's essence, so there weren't any real physical traumas left. The problem now was the two competing sources. Her body, which had been turned into a battlefield, was bound to be damaged severely. Source versus source. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped forward and picked Zhu Qing up again, propping her against his body. Then, he silently circulated the golden divine dragon source strength in his body. The phantom of a dazzling golden dragon appeared behind him before disappearing into his body in a flash. The temperature of Zhu Qing's body changed quickly. One moment it was as hot as fire, but then it became icy cold the next, as if it had just been fished up from a world of ice and snow. When the aura of the golden divine dragon source revealed itself though, the alternating speed between hot and cold slowed down instantly. It works! Yang Kai was ecstatic. He was just trying to see whether his golden divine dragon source would be able to suppress the conflict somehow, and now it seemed it was effective. Right now, the most important thing was to wake Zhu Qing up. Only when she was awake would she be able to fully activate her source strength and suppress the ice dragon source. either driving it away or exterminating it. So, gritting his teeth, Yang Kai circulated his spiritual energy and was just about to act when Zhu Qing suddenly turned around and clung to him in a tight embrace. Seemingly having savored the sweetness of relief, the aura coming from Yang Kai's body caused Zhu Qing to make a subconscious reaction. Zhu Qing's body may be small and delicate, but she was a member of the Dragon Clan after all, so her raw strength was no lesser than Yang Kai's. When they first met, Yang Kai had already experienced how immense her power was. While she clutched onto him, Yang Kai almost felt as if his body was going to be snapped in half and even his face was starting to become blue. However, the soft feeling around his chest made his heart flutter. Things didn't end there, though, as Zhu Qing actually began to rub her body up against his like a puppy, constantly sniffing his fragrance as strange noises began to leak from her lips. It seemed as if she had found a delicious meal and was eager to dig into the feast. As if struck by lightning, Yang Kai's body stiffened in an instant. He was only brought back to his senses by a burst of pain coming from his chest. Angrily, he pried Zhu Qing's head away, holding her at a distance with his palms as he hissed, "What are you? A dog? What did you bite me for?" Zhu Qing's eyes looked unfocused, and they were covered in a strange glow. Her breathing had also somehow become hurried, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that the breath coming out from her nostrils was burning hot. The exquisite delicateness of her features was exuding a charm that made it so one could not help but approach it like a moth to a flame. It felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling around Yang Kai's heart. So itchy he found it hard to restrain himself. Zhu Qing opened her mouth once more, sinking her white teeth onto the hollow of Yang Kai's thumb. It was a forceful bite that left a mark on his skin and drew golden blood from the wound. His blood was just like the greatest delicacy in the world to her, and Zhu Qing devoured it in large gulps, her dainty and warm tongue actually lapping at Yang Kai's palm, sending shivers through his body. Yang Kai had originally thought of retracting his hand, but he suddenly thought it would be a pity if she were to stop. But very quickly, Yang Kai discovered something strange. After swallowing his blood, Zhu Qing's condition seemed to have improved a lot. The frequency of the alternating hot and cold flashes slowed more and more. Moreover, the icy aura only lasted for a fleeting moment before it was suppressed by the fiery heat. His blood seemed to be of great help to her current state. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai vaguely understood something. Though he was born human, his body had begun truly merging with the golden divine dragon source ever since he began cultivating the dragon transformation secret art. In other words, the blood flowing through his body was not merely that of an ordinary human, but also that of a dragon. What's more, it was the bloodline of an extremely high-ranking dragon. The masters among the Dragon Clan's bloodline had a strong suppressive ability towards those weaker than them. If the aura of the golden divine dragon source could help ease Zhu Qing out of danger, then his own half-dragon blood would naturally have an even greater effect. It was no wonder why Zhu Qing bit him. It must have been because she had realized this fact that she did such a thing. Of course, Yang Kai could have broken free from her, but he just stood there and allowed Zhu Qing to drink his blood. Zhu Qing was still in a muddled state and her consciousness was not restored. Her hazy eyes were filled with seductive charm, and while gulping down Yang Kai's blood, her deft tongue was constantly drawing circles around his palm. Yang Kai's body was about to explode with wicked thoughts. He had to try desperately to suppress them and maintain his calm. He turned away from Zhu Qing's eyes, and he stopped paying attention to the numb feeling coming from his palm for fear of an accident breaking out. It was not known how long had passed when he suddenly felt Zhu Qing let go of his hand. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Zhu Qing, who was looking red-faced at him. He quickly asked in pleasant surprise, "Are you better now?" He could see that Zhu Qing must have regained consciousness now because the signals he got from her eyes were different from before. In response, he received a Dragon Clan's secret technique. Zhu Qing opened her mouth and an arrow of blood was shot out. The blood belonged to Zhu Qing herself as it was crimson in color, like a burning flame. Mid-air, her dragon blood transformed into a strangely looking talisman seal that stuck on Yang Kai's forehead. Bewildered, Yang Kai fell straight down. This Dragon Clan's secret technique seemed to have an extremely strong binding power, so much so that Yang Kai was unable to move even a finger. Surprised, he tried to circulate his golden divine dragon source strength by instinct. The Dragon Clan's secret technique that Zhu Qing performed may be strong, but Yang Kai believed that he should be able to break free from it using the suppression of his golden divine dragon source. He had only been taken by surprise earlier as he never expected her to make a move against him. But before he could make a move, he froze up once again, because a fragrance suddenly wafted over. Zhu Qing was kneeling between his legs, both hands on his chest, staring at him from above. Her fiery red hair was draped over her smooth back like the finest silk, and the way it covered her perfect bottom only served to add to her fascinating charm. Her breathing was rapid, as if she were about to die from hyperventilation, and her towering peaks were constantly rising and falling, swaying with her body in soul-stirring arches. The fragrance that made Yang Kai feel restless was growing stronger and stronger, as if it was being emitted from each and every one of Zhu Qing's pores, trying to fill the world around them. Her long lashes were trembling. She was clearly nervous, but her big eyes were just like a stirred pond. He could see the desperate struggle and unrest within. "What are you doing?" As soon as the question left his mouth, Yang Kai realized how stupid it was. He recognized those eyes. Naturally, they were the eyes of a starved beast. Long ago, Shanqing Luo would often show him a similar look. It felt like his blood had been set alight in an instant. The meridians inside his body had begun to boil, and it was as if the evil thoughts he had been suppressing desperately finally found a place to vent, burning away his reason. With force, the delicate hands on his chest ripped away his clothes. Yang Kai drew a sharp breath, opened his mouth, but no words came out. Their clothes were quickly sent into disarray as the fabric covering their bodies was soon turned to shreds that danced in the air. A strange noise was constantly being emitted from Zhu Qing's throat, while she straddled Yang Kai with her hot, tender body, squirming restlessly. She knew what she wanted, but she had never experienced this feeling before, so it took her a long time before she was able to get the hang of it. Her fair body arched down, teeth biting lightly against her red lips, her brow furrowed into a frown. Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread his arms apart, grasping at the grass around him, whispering, "It's my first time. Be gentle." Zhu Qing suddenly pounced, snow-white skin flushing an abnormal red. She threw her head back as if she were suffocating, hair cascading down like a waterfall. She made no response for a while, and only after a long time did she let out a roar that tore the heart and rent the lungs. Yang Kai also hissed, feeling as if he had fallen into a pit of lava. An unimaginable heat was wrapping him up from all directions, seemingly trying to melt him. He had never experienced such a feeling in his life, and it gave him an indescribable sense of thrill. Inside the sealed world bead, with the heavens as their quilt and the earth their bed, they lay with disheveled hair and interlocked fingers, asking not for a lifetime of glory or wealth, nor the company of each other in the next life. When desires are laid bare, who could be blamed? With their bodies exposed, heaven being the only witness, a mighty grip clenched Yang Kai's large member. The female beast straddled on top of him looked at this piece longingly. She felt as if everything in the world would become heaven if this piece of Yang Kai were to fit into place. Eyes burning hot with desire, she could not wait any longer. Zhu Qing took it and placed it, barely touching her tight slit. She could feel the rod getting hotter and something slimy started to come out of her vulva. Zhu Qing looked at her partner, who seemed to look back at her in anticipation. His eyes were obviously that of a predator. However, at this moment, the predator had become prey, awaiting to be devoured. She bit her lips and took the plunge. His large member quickly filled her insides. She could immediately feel pain spreading from lower abdomen as red liquid slid down Yang Kai's tower. "Take it slow," Yang Kai whispered, but for some reason, his voice just seems to make her want to devour him even more. Yang Kai could immediately feel his member being wrapped even tighter, with more love juices being accumulated at his nether region. He wanted to steal away the initiative, but Zhu Qing was the first one who lifted herself up before slamming her whole body down. A growl-like roar came out from her soft lips. It was just the second thrust, and Zhu Qing could already start feeling the pleasure of having someone deep inside her. Her hips stopped for a second before lifting up again. The feeling of emptiness when Yang Kai was about to disconnect from her made her slam her body down again. It was not long before she started to bob up and down on top of him, making him pierce her repeatedly without stopping. Erg! Even Yang Kai could no longer hold back his voice. He could feel his legs stiffening as his whole body was trying to match her tempo. He could feel Zhu Qing's hands clawing at his chest, as though she wanted to dig into him. As both their nether regions slam into each other, their moaning seemed to intertwine. Both their gazes met, and they instinctively moved their lips closer together. It was Zhu Qing's first time, but she was extremely explorative. Her tongue explored every inch of Yang Kai's mouth. After marking every inch inside of him, Zhu Qing started to mark him using her lips. It first started with his tongue and then to his lips. Soon she would mark his neck and chest. Receiving such service, Yang Kai could not help but put her in his embrace. His arms initially wrapped around her back, but it quickly moved down to her bottom. He could feel his fingers sink in once he touched the two marshmallows of hers. Unable to hold back, he started to forcefully make her piston him harder. Biting on his lips, Yang Kai let off soft groans. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing would let off an occasional ha. She seemed fully intent on marking every inch of Yang Kai with her lip to claim him as hers. However, that goal would never come to pass, as once she started to move to his ears, she could feel her whole lower abdomen being filled by a fiery blaze. The pumping of liquid inside of her did not seem to stop as she felt like her whole body had been electrocuted. Losing control of her lower body, she felt something bubbling inside of her which released itself onto Yang Kai. Zhu Qing could not help but scream, "Ah!" as her mind completely turned white. Her lower body had completely been soaked in their love juices. Once both gifts had been delivered, Zhu Qing's excitement quickly died down as if a hungry ghost had been satiated. Her whole body turned limp as she slid down Yang Kai's chest and closed her delicate eyes. It did not take long before Yang Kai could feel her breathing soften. "I guess that's enough," Yang Kai said with a soft smile on his face. He looked up into the sky, reminiscing for a moment before shutting his eyes as well, naturally, feeling comfortable that they were still connected. Amidst a gentle spring breeze, the sweet charm and soft whispers, the bits and pieces of what happened last night felt just like a dream. Long eyelashes quivering, Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes to see another pair in front of her that was filled with amusement. The man who appeared in her dream was lying on the grass, pillowing his head with his arms and looking up at her with a smile. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light while she actually turned out to be lying on top of his body. As for how long she had been sleeping there, that was impossible to say. Without a single article of clothing, they could feel the warmth of each other's skin through their naked bodies. Zhu Qing couldn't help but scream and scrambled to get up. But as soon as she moved, she fell back down again. She clutched her underbelly involuntarily, feeling so much pain that sweat covered her forehead. "Don't move!" Yang Kai reached his arms behind her waist, hands moving unreservedly over her bare back and waist. Zhu Qing let out a stifled grunt whilst a fiery red crawled up her cheeks like two sunset clouds. The intimate touch and caress between two of the opposite sex caused her to feel limp and unable to exert any strength. "What did you do to me?" she asked through clenched teeth, tears welling in her eyes. "Hey!" Yang Kai's hands stopped. Whether intentional or not, they just happened to stop on her perky round bottom, and he asked with a sulk, "That's not the right question to be asking, is it? Don't you remember what you yourself did?" Zhu Qing's mouth gaped and her expression changed. As the scene inside her dream gradually became clear, the rosiness of her cheek slowly receded and her tender body couldn't help but tremble. She remembered. All the memories from before were slowly coming back to her. She came to the frozen earth and found the fallen great dragon source, but an accident occurred when she was collecting it. For some reason, the ice dragon source refused to cooperate with her and fled deeper into the frozen earth. Her pursuit came with many hardships and she finally caught up to it, but just as she was about to subdue it, the ice dragon source rushed into her body instead and began clashing with her own source. She had no choice but to find a quiet place to resolve this crisis. If there had been no interference, then she would have been fine. However, a sudden disaster disrupted her plans. She felt a terrible force approaching, and before she could escape, she was plunged into darkness. Then, everything went on just as it did in her dream. Your blood. Zhu Qing figured it all out. What? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth with tears rolling down her cheeks. Why is there so much wickedness and obscenity in your blood? What do you think about all day? If she hadn't drank his blood and become affected by his evil thoughts, then how could she possibly have done such shameless things as what she did in her dream? So now it's my fault? Yang Kai was speechless. I didn't ask you to drink it. You were the one who bit me and wouldn't let go. I'll kill you. Zhu Qing was about to attack him as soon as she said that, but with just a slight movement, the pain from her lower abdomen would flare up again. She was simply unable to bring up any of her power. Seems like they went a little overboard yesterday. Yang Kai snickered. You've had your meal and now you don't want to pay the bill? And you're even trying to kill me? It's the first time I've ever seen a woman like you. As he said that, he flipped Zhu Qing over and with some light force, held himself up with two hands on each side of her. Zhu Qing looked nervously at him and asked in a trembling voice, "WW, what are you doing?" His aggressive posture made her uneasy and kept her from putting on the airs of a Dragon Clan member. Yang Kai rested a hand on her belly, stroking it gently as he poured his emperor qi into her body through his palm, easing her discomfort. It's a first for both of us, so it's inevitable that we don't know restraint. Things will get better once we slowly familiarize ourselves with this in the future. And I don't know what you think about this situation, but what's done is done. So there's no use complaining about it. Look at me, even though I'm a human, I'm not bad, right? I've been looking at myself for several dozen years, and the more I look at myself, the more handsome I become. But you, even though your temper isn't very good, it's not so bad either. So, can't we be a little more accommodating to each other? Everything must have a beginning and an end after all. His serious look made Zhu Qing feel a little lost in thought for a moment. Ever since she met Yang Kai, it was the first time Zhu Qing had ever seen such an expression on his face. The hand caressing her lower reaches also seemed to have some amazing power that could break through all her rigid defenses and cause endless ripples in her heart, making it impossible for her to think calmly. You want to take responsibility? Zhu Qing also had no idea why, but she couldn't muster up any anger, and instead asked him in a soft voice. No. You're the one who should be responsible for me. Yang Kai argued in earnest. This answer was both hilarious and aggravating to Zhu Qing, so she did her best to put on a cold face. Why should I take responsibility for you? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai did not answer, but instead asked, Are you feeling better now? Much better. Zhu Qing nodded, but abruptly realizing that the topic had been steered away, she couldn't help but glare at him. Yang Kai began again. Do you want to try it again? The topic was changing a little quickly, and all the momentum Zhu Qing had gathered up earlier suddenly dissipated. The warmth in her underbelly was spreading like a wildfire, quickly spreading out and causing her entire body to heat up. Her long eyelashes quivered, and before Zhu Qing could give any answers, Yang Kai had already let out a shout, got on his horse, raised his spear, and charged into the city. Soon, the defenders of the siege had tossed away their helmets and armor and were pleading for mercy. Half a day later, Zhu Qing lay on the ground with her face looking as if she'd lost her soul. She was just like a living corpse with her hair in disarray, and she heaved, Please, let me put on my clothes. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned widely. No, that's what you said earlier. I'll never trust you again. It's true this time, I promise. Don't lie to me again. No more lies, absolutely. A day later, Zhu Qing lay curled up in Yang Kai's arms, as quiet as a sleeping kitten, breathing softly. Suddenly, she said, The future is still far. Let's end this session here. N. Xianxia responded. Let go of me. I'm getting dressed. N. What do I have to do before you'll let me go? One more time. The last time. The last time. Another day and many last times later, the pair finally cleaned their bodies and dressed themselves. Zhu Qing still felt a bit of discomfort inside her as she sat quietly on the ground, combing her long hair while facing the clear pool of water in front of her. The mirroring figure in the water seemed a little melancholic, but her delicate brows could not help but rise a little. Xianxia stretched his body and a crackle sounded through all his joints. He could feel an indescribable sense of relief going through his being now. Looking down at the person in front of him, he reached his arms out to her and gently encircled her body from behind. Zhu Qing's body trembled faintly, but when she realized that Xianxia showed no signs of taking advantage of her and only buried his face in her hair, breathing in deeply, she relaxed. How many? Zhu Qing suddenly asked. Xianxia nuzzled his chin against her shoulder and looked at the figure reflected in the pool of water, asking blankly, What do you mean how many? Zhu Qing sighed. How many were there before me? You're the first. Didn't I tell you before? Xianxia answered her in a serious manner. Zhu Qing scoffed. With all the tricks you have, you can't tell me you learned all of that by playing with yourself, right? What's more, after what happened these past few days, do you think I'd trust you so easily? Xianxia said with a sad face. We're already so close. Why can't you trust me? That makes me sad. Zhu Qing pinched the hand that was slowly moving towards her chest and turned her head around with a cold smile on her lips. You have one chance to be honest with me. Think it over before you answer. Xianxia blinked his eyes, looking at the delicate face so close to him, and immediately moved in for a kiss. Hey, you bastard! Zhu Qing tried to struggle, but the force of her hand grew smaller rapidly. The clothes they had just neatly put on were thrown into disarray again. I've really had enough of you, Zhu Qing, who had dressed herself once more, complained. Seeing that Xianxia still wanted to come over, she quickly pointed at him. You're not allowed to get close to me for 10 days. Otherwise, I'm cutting you off and we'll never meet again until our deaths. All right. Xianxia raised his hands up and surrendered. No need to be so nervous. I won't get close to you. Zhu Qing furrowed her brows, sulking by herself for a while before her face cleared up again. In fact, she was angrier with herself than with him. To think she could hardly even think of resisting this man whom she was having skin-to-skin contact with for the first time. A member of the Dragon Clan shouldn't be taken advantage of like this. I won't ask about the past, but the future. No one can say what's going to happen. You have to do what you have to do, but I have only one request. If I don't consent, do not use force on me. Zhu Qing eyed Xianxia with a serious face. Xianxia nodded. I'll do whatever you say. The bit of grievance in Zhu Qing's heart instantly disappeared. How are you feeling now? That ice dragon source won't cause any more danger, right? Xianxia asked with concern. Even though Zhu Qing's condition had been stable for the past few days, the ice dragon source was still inside her body after all, and they had no choice but to keep their guards up. It's fine now. I've already suppressed the ice dragon source. It will be put in the dragon tomb once I return to Dragon Island. A blush suddenly appeared on Zhu Qing's cheeks, which puzzled Xianxia. After a pause, she asked, Did you come especially to find me? Xianxia answered, What else would I run over to the frozen earth for? This damn place is really worthy of being called the most dangerous forbidden zone in the star boundary. If I hadn't been as lucky, who knows how long it would have taken for me to find you. He spoke casually, but a sweet feeling suddenly welled up in Zhu Qing, filling her chest with warmth. Oh, by the way, your younger brother is here too. Zhu Qing frowned. My younger brother? Zhu Lai. Yeah, that little brat. If he hadn't used a Dragon Clan's secret technique, then I would never have been able to find you. He didn't ask you to go to Dragon Island with him? Xianxia snorted. He tried to, but he became much more obedient after I taught him a good lesson. The little brat is fierce, but his strength isn't much. I, your husband, beat him crawling in just a few hits. What? What husband? Zhu Qing's face reddened instantly, and she couldn't help but glare at him with an appearance filled with fascinating charm. Yang Kai once again found himself gazing wolfishly at her. Having a bad premonition, Zhu Qing quickly changed the subject. So where is he now? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know. We were all caught by the frozen tide when it came and brought us into a sealed world. I also got separated from him then. But he should not be in any danger, so no need to worry about him. A sealed world. Zhu Qing was shocked. She recalled the hazy feeling she had before and realized now that the feeling of being caught up in an overpowering crisis was her being sucked into a sealed world. Looking around, she asked, "Is this the sealed world? It actually looks quite pleasant." The sealed world bead was beautiful and refreshing like a spring day with abundant world energy. So it was a nice place, especially after Yang Kai's trip to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, which fundamentally changed the sealed world. This was a completely self-contained world, one with a perfect set of world principles, a true paradise. Ha! Yang Kai shook his head while chuckling. This isn't that sealed world. This is a different one. One that belongs to me. Suddenly, he turned his head towards a certain direction, as if he discovered something unusual. Zhu Qing asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "I have something interesting to show you." He suddenly grabbed towards a direction. Zhu Qing was watching wide-eyed in curiosity when a pitch-black object that resembled a puppy suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. When the little puppy appeared, it barked a few times, seemingly out of fright, but its tail was wagging and filled with energy. Its weak appearance from before had completely disappeared. Where'd this little demon come from? It's so ugly. Zhu Qing gazed at the black puppy. Then she glanced at Yang Kai, teasing, "Just like you." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's no ordinary little demon. What's so special about it?" Zhu Qing frowned. "You're a member of the dragon clan, so if you examine it carefully," Yang Kai said while lifting up the black puppy to his face. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the black puppy seemed to have settled down. It stared at him with its black eyes, panting with a fawning expression, its saliva flowing down its big tongue, looking incredibly mangy. Zhu Qing finally noticed something unusual and said hesitantly, "It seems to have some sort of powerful bloodline. It's just not very pure though." The dragon clan's core was its bloodline, so their knowledge on the subject was naturally quite profound. After having its abyssal returner bloodline awoken by Gong Yu's secret technique, some traces were left behind in the black puppy, which was what Zhu Qing discovered its bloodline from. It's a descendant of a demon beast, the abyssal returner. Heard of it? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing shook her head, confused. It was my first time hearing about it too, but I've seen how powerful it is firsthand. While speaking, Yang Kai shook the black puppy. "Little brat, show us your skills. Wong, don't play dumb. Do that same move you did before. The one where your mouth opens up all of a sudden. If you dare refuse, I'll cook you into a stew and eat you." Wong. Zhu Qing palmed her forehead. "Its sentience hasn't opened yet. With such low sentience, it wouldn't understand if you talk to it that way." Yang Kai smiled deviously. "Whether it understands or not, it knows in its heart. But forget it, if you don't get it, then you don't get it. You're quite the lucky one, aren't you? You actually survived." Saying so, Yang Kai let go. At once, the black puppy fell to the ground. Turning its head to look at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Qing, it plodded to Yang Kai's feet and lay down. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. "It seems to like you. It's just acting cute." Yang Kai kicked the little puppy, but it remained unmoved. Yang Kai ignored it and looked up at Zhu Qing. "Let's get out of here first. We have to find out what this place is. Who knows whether we'll be able to return to the star boundary or not. It's not that serious, right? Aren't you proficient in the Tao of space?" Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was exaggerating the situation, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that as long as she was with this man, she would be fine regardless of where she was. Yang Kai grinned, and with a thought, he brought Zhu Qing out of the small sealed world with him. When they returned back to the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with amusement. Want me to carry you on my back? Who knows what sort of place this is? We have to find out whether there are people here or not and try to get some information. Zhu Qing blushed. I'm not that weak. As she spoke, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Even though she walked at a light pace, she seemed to be frowning after each step. Yang Kai grinned mischievously before suddenly frowning and muttering, "You're so annoying." Zhu Qing's tender body quivered as her beautiful face lost color. "You're finding me annoying so soon?" Yang Kai quickly explained. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this guy." At the end of his sentence, a bark emerged. The black puppy had been thrown out of the sealed world bead and began barking angrily at Yang Kai as soon as it reached the ground, seemingly asking why Yang Kai didn't take it with him. All right, stop barking. If you keep barking, I'm tossing you back inside." Yang Kai threatened it with an impatient expression. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and then it ran out in a flash, passing Zhu Qing, being the first to rush out of the cave. From then on, as high as the skies were tall and as far as the seas were wide, the puppy was free to roam around. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came over and embraced her, drawing a slight struggle that did not persist long. As soon as they came out of the cave, they were greeted with a world covered in white. At first glance, it didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew it was not. That was because the cold that even the two of them could not resist did not exist here. Wong Wong! The black puppy's barking suddenly rang out, seemingly in a panic as if something terrible had happened. Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense, and he soon showed a look of pleasant surprise. No doubt Zhu Qing sensed it too, and since she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of people, she quietly put some distance between them. A black shadow flashed by as the black puppy returned. Two figures followed behind it, one man and one woman, both emitting strong auras from their bodies. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were clearly shocked. That was because they clearly did not detect the aura of any living people despite carefully checking this area before. They had no idea when these two people had appeared. If they were enemies, both of them let out a cold sweat inwardly. The black puppy swiftly hid behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai went up to them and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two friends." The cultivations of the man and woman weren't bad, but they were only Dao Source Realm, so Yang Kai did not pay them too much mind. Only, since it was a rare encounter with living people in this area, he naturally wanted to quickly get some information from them. The man and woman looked at each other before the man cupped his fists in return, frowning. "Is this little beast owned by the two of you?" As a Dao Source Realm cultivator, his face did not change despite facing an Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai. Instead, there was a questioning look on his face which made Yang Kai raise his brow in surprise. Such a thing was not common in the star boundary unless the other person had some strong background. From the way these two were dressed, they didn't seem like the important type. They just looked like ordinary cultivators. As a newcomer though, Yang Kai decided to do as the locals did and smiled and nodded. "That's right. Wang's sentience hasn't opened yet, so he's a bit naughty. If he offended you, then I must beg for your pardon." The man shook his head before he swept his divine sense past Yang Kai to examine the black puppy for a while before saying, "I must have seen wrong. It did not offend me or my wife. It was just a misunderstanding. May I ask who you are?" Yang Kai. In this foreign land, there was no need for him to hide his name. Right at that moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man quietly sent him a divine sense message. The man looked stunned for a moment before looking at Yang Kai in amazement. "Are the two of you from outside?" If not for his wife, then he would likely have missed this point. That was because the two people in front of him were dressed slightly differently from themselves. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Indeed, we are from the outside." The man nodded. "It has been a long time since someone new has come in. It seems like your luck is not so good. I was just about to ask, what exactly is this place?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man explained, "This place is called Revolving World." Revolving World? Yang Kai frowned, but just as he was about to ask more questions, The man hurriedly said, "If you want to live, then come with me. There's not much time left." Not much time. Xianxia was stunned. The man did not have any intention to explain though, and after his statement, he turned around and flew off in another direction. His expression looked quite anxious. It was the first time Xianxia had met a Dao Source Realm cultivator with such a curt temper. Not only was he able to speak so confidently in front of an Emperor Realm Master, he even kept an aloof attitude with him, but at the very least he was a clue so Xianxia couldn't just break off with him. After exchanging glances with Zhu Qing, the pair immediately followed. Since both of them were strong, they naturally weren't afraid of meager Dao Source Realm cultivators plotting against them. In a flash, they began following the couple while the black puppy nimbly bit onto Xianxia's clothes and followed him around without letting go, trying its best not to be thrown off. Despite the strong winds, it still didn't loosen its jaw. Seeing how pitiful it looked, Zhu Qing fished it over. Quick as lightning, the group of four soon came to a certain mountain. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but upon closer inspection, there were traces of some secret technique left on the wall in front of them. The man in the lead took out a mirror and shot out a profound light onto the wall. At once, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. Only after the group of four entered the cave passage did the man and woman exhale gently, seemingly relieved. Xianxia asked curiously, "Why are we in such a hurry?" The man led the way while explaining, "Because soon, the world principles will change. That is when the demons will come out and it becomes very dangerous outside. No one will be able to survive in that environment." The world principles will change? Xianxia was shocked, wondering if he had misheard him. World principles were what made a world, the fundamental laws and building blocks of everything that existed. It was simply impossible for them to change in such a short amount of time, unless the end of the world was coming. And yet, the way this man spoke sounded absolutely certain, very much unlike a lie. Nevertheless, it was simply too hard to believe. "Hurry up! What are you still dawdling over there for?" A shout suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Xianxia raised his brow as he didn't think there would actually be people inside this cave. After hearing the man's urging, the couple hurriedly went deeper into the cave. Shooting a glance at Zhu Qing, Xianxia quickly followed them. A small light was lit, and within a not-so-spacious stone room, a middle-aged man stood with a gloomy look on his face, seemingly waiting for something. Liao Guanshi. The man who led Xianxia here went up to him and cupped his fists to salute the man in a respectful manner. Meanwhile, that Liao Guanshi didn't even look at him and was just staring curiously at Xianxia and Zhu Qing, who had followed the couple in before asking in surprise, "Why are there two extra people? Where did they come from? They don't look very familiar." The man responded, "They seem to have strayed in from the outside world and happened to run into us, so we brought them here as well." "From the outside?" Liao Guanshi clicked his tongue in awe. He continued observing the two unfamiliar faces. When he looked at Xianxia, he showed no special reaction, but when his eyes steered to Zhu Qing, they couldn't help but light up, revealing a look of interest. Zhu Qing was a natural beauty, and after receiving the nourishment of the dew during the past few days, she was currently at her most tender and beautiful state, so she appeared especially charming. Zhu Qing wore her usual cold expression on her face, but even though she did not like being stared at in such a way, she did not get angry. Xianxia's body moved in front of her at that moment, blocking the man's view. Liao Guanshi coldly snorted, looking unhappy. "These outsiders not knowing the rules is acceptable." He raised his head to the man. "But it can't be that the two of you don't either, can it?" The man quickly answered, "I will be troubling Liao Guanshi." Only then did Liao Guanshi's face clear up a little before beckoning the couple over. After both of them stepped forward, Liao Guanshi suddenly began chanting under his breath and circulating the energy in his body. Then, fingers erected like a sword, he tapped several points on the man's body in midair. Xianxia was stunned at this, because he actually saw some traces of a shamanic spell in this Liao Guanshi's techniques. Curiosity piqued, he couldn't help but observe carefully. In just a short while, a complicated seal suddenly appeared in the air. Liao Guanshi struck his palm out, and the seal was thrust into the man's body. The seal seemed to have other purposes and was not an attack. After his figure swayed slightly, the man was fine. When it was the woman's turn, there was a rare smile on Liao Guanshi's cold face. Instead, it was the woman who had a nervous look on her face. She glanced at her husband, as if pleading for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Liao Guanshi did the same thing to her, but this time, his hands were a little less well-mannered. When he was pointing out the spots with his fingers, he would touch the woman's body from time to time, and when his fingers brushed past the woman's full peaks, it caused her tender body to shudder. The man ignored all this and stood to the side, watching them without turning his gaze away. Liao Guanshi was now in a joyful mood, and the movements of his hand grew more and more unruly, causing the woman's face to look more and more terrible. Yet she had no choice but to endure it. In just a short while, another seal was drawn, and Liao Guanshi thrust it into the woman's body a little reluctantly before leisurely withdrawing his hand. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she glanced at her husband with a look of chagrin. Turning his head to Xianxia, Liao Guanshi's face immediately cooled down. "Since you come from the outside, let me tell you about the rules here." Xianxia looked at him with a smile. "Please enlighten me." Liao Guanshi explained. "In a moment, the world principles will change. Other than the human imperial city, there will be no safe place in the entire revolving world. So, if you want to live, then you have to go to human imperial city. Got that? Understood. We must head to human imperial city." Xianxia looked enlightened. Liao Guanshi continued. "And, if you wish to enter human imperial city, then you must receive the human sovereign seal from this Guanshi. Only those with the human sovereign seal can be transported to human imperial city through the array. So, there is only one rule in this place. The heavens and the earth are great, but this Guanshi is the greatest." Liao Guanshi swung his sleeves and stood with his hands crossed behind his back, shouting, "This Guanshi asks you, do you want to live or die?" Xianxia smiled. "Naturally, if I can live, then I want to live." Liao Guanshi nodded. "Seems you're a student who can be taught. Come, let me apply the human sovereign seal to you." Xianxia stepped forward, but Liao Guanshi waved him away with a repugnant look. "Women first. You stand aside." Xianxia frowned and did not insist. As he stood aside, he said, "I must ask Liao Guanshi to please be careful. My wife's temper is not very good." Liao Guanshi coldly snorted. "She better be smart if she wants to live." After saying that, he began chanting another spell. Fingers forming a blade, he tapped several points in front of Zhu Qing's body, seemingly drawing something in midair. At first, his hands were still behaving, but in just a moment, the movements of his hand grew wider, and when he swung his fingers next, they brushed right over Zhu Qing's chest, and his expression that instant also swelled with excitement. He was clearly anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and glared coldly at him. Liao Guanshi was taken aback, but the movements of his fingers did not stop. It seemed he fully intended to take advantage of this situation. "Wang! Ah!" A bark and a man's scream broke out at the same time. The black puppy that had been in Zhu Qing's arms the whole time suddenly opened its mouth and bit Liao Guanshi's hand. Even though its mouth was clearly not very big, it was able to swallow Liao Guanshi's entire hand, its sharp teeth sinking deep into his wrist, drawing a spray of fresh blood. Liao Guanshi howled in pain, but the black puppy refused to let go. It shook its head left and right, seemingly trying to bite the man's hand off while a threatening growl was emitted from its mouth. "Let go! Let go of me! This little beast is courting death." Liao Guanshi cursed angrily, but he could not break free. Out of desperation, he slapped a palm fiercely towards the black puppy, and as energy fluctuated, rumbling thunder and flashing lightning emerged in the cave. Flicking his wrist gently, Xianxia released a burst of Emperor Qi. Liao Guanshi let out another miserable howl, and his extended arm dropped limply. "You! How dare you attack me?" Liao Guanshi turned his head to glare in hatred at Xianxia, grinding his teeth and hissing. It had been a long time since he encountered such a thing. He had always been the one to order people around and act as he pleased. He never expected to actually kick an iron plate this time. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The couple who brought Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were also shocked. When he saw Liao Guanshi eating a loss, the man quickly said, "Stop! Do not hurt him." The woman finally spoke up as well. "Don't fight with him. You'll only regret it." This was the first time she spoke. Her voice panicked beyond expression. Liao Guanshi quickly said to them, "Hurry up and kill those two. Otherwise, this Guanshi will condemn both of you." The couple was both dumbfounded when they heard that, and their faces paled as if a great disaster had befallen them. For a moment, they were at a loss of what to do. "You sure are arrogant." Yang Kai went up to Liao Guanshi and stared at him curiously. "Tell me, what gives you the right to act so haughty?" As a trivial first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dares act unruly in front of this young master. Liao Guanshi's forehead was covered in a cold sweat as he tried to struggle several times, but was still unable to break free from the black puppy's restraint. Seeing how he was really stuck, he instead sneered and scoffed. "What right? By the right of me being a steward, by the right of controlling the human sovereign seal." Yang Kai turned his head over to the couple. "Just because of that human sovereign seal? That's why you choke down your voices even when you're being bullied? This guy probably isn't even as strong as you two, right?" The man lowered his head. "Without the human sovereign seal, we won't be able to enter human imperial city. If we can't enter human imperial city, we'll only die." Yang Kai scoffed. "What joy is there in life? And what is there worth fearing in death? You're a man, aren't you? If you won't resist even when your wife is being molested in front of you, then you're better off just dying." He turned to Zhu Qing and winked at her. "Qinger, rest assured, I, your husband, will not let you lose a hair even if I die." Zhu Qing scowled. "Don't try to be slick with me. I didn't even see you make a move just now." Yang Kai was amused. "He's nothing but trash. You could take care of him with just a breath. You didn't need my help at all." Zhu Qing grunted but didn't say anything more. The man was extremely humiliated by Yang Kai's words, but the woman went over to him and tugged on his hand before turning to Yang Kai. "You're new here, so don't talk nonsense when you don't know what you're talking about. You better let go of Liao Guanshi as soon as possible, otherwise, you'll never be able to establish any foothold in human imperial city." Liao Guanshi became energized and shouted, "Newcomers always have to suffer some losses to learn the rules. Release me now, otherwise, this Guanshi will give you a death without burial." Yang Kai laughed. "And you're going to make concessions if we let you go?" Lu Guanshi said, "Don't even think about it. This Guanshi is the human sovereign's subordinate. If you dare to hurt this Guanshi, then human imperial city won't accept you. Your woman, on the other hand, if you surrender her to this Guanshi, then perhaps we can work out a way for you to survive. You seem a bit messed up in the head." Yang Kai looked at him with a speechless face. Even at death's door, he was still trying to threaten him. He really had no idea what this guy was thinking inside. Zhu Qing called out, "Ah Wang, bite him." The black puppy heeded her order and suddenly split its mouth into a giant maw, swallowing Liao Guanshi into his stomach with one gulp before sticking its big tongue out to lick its lips, as if it still hadn't had enough. As this was her first time seeing the black puppy's divine ability, Zhu Qing was stunned. She had only wanted the black puppy to bite the man harder, but she never thought he would swallow him directly instead. What kind of divine ability was this? When the couple saw this, their faces changed and they said in horror as they shouted, "Demon beast! It's really a demon beast." The reason why they chased after the black puppy previously was that they had detected some demon beast aura from it, but after a quick inspection, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now it seemed like they weren't mistaken. The black puppy's demon chi had merely been hidden too deeply, and only when it suddenly struck out using its strange innate ability was there a clear surge of demon chi, which they recognized at once. Yang Kai gave them a curious glance. "You know about demon beasts?" The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked warily at Yang Kai. "Are you a member of the demon race?" Now Yang Kai was truly surprised this time. This man was able to say the words demon beast, and they actually knew about the demon race as well, which seemed very unusual. The man became even warier of him and gritted his teeth. Did you come from Demon Fury City? Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea what this Demon Fury City is, nor am I a member of any demon race. This is most likely a misunderstanding. But he suddenly frowned as he spoke, and the reason for that was because he suddenly felt the world shake. The word principles filling their surroundings seemed to have begun distorting and changing. He looked over to Zhu Qing, who also showed a look of astonishment. The world principles had really begun to change, and it had to be a big change for such obvious signs to appear. Kill us! The man's face went ashen. He no longer had any hope to live. Liao Guanshi was devoured by a demon beast, and two powerful demon race-like masters suddenly appeared in front of them. They had no way out of this, and he could only hold onto his wife tight with the hope that he could enjoy a moment of warmth before death's approach. It's easy to die if that's what you want. There's no need for me to do anything. Yang Kai walked up to the front of an array. The only thing inside of this cave was this array that was erected here, so it was particularly conspicuous. Pointing to it, he asked, "Can we teleport to Human Imperial City with this?" The man looked over with a bleak gaze, nodding, "Yes." Yang Kai released his divine sense and investigated it briefly before mumbling, "It's a space array, but something about it seems different." The man said, "It's no use. If you want to activate the array, you have to have the human sovereign seal. Don't you have the human sovereign seal? Why don't you go?" Yang Kai turned to look at them. The man explained, "It has to be the human sovereign seal that Liao Guanshi has, which is naturally a primary seal. Only the primary seal can activate the array for teleportation. What we have is only a secondary seal. There's no way it can activate the array." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded to express his understanding. Having seen no action from Yang Kai, and instead finding him studying the array seriously instead, the man asked hesitantly, "Are you really not from the demon race?" Yang Kai asked him while studying the array, "There are demons in this world?" The man spoke, "Yes. Our human race and the demon race are on opposing sides, but we have coexisted in this world for countless years. It's true you don't look like a demon, but why do you have a demon beast?" Yang Kai did not answer his question. The origins of the black puppy were a little strange, and also a little troublesome to explain, so he changed the subject. "Despite coexisting with demons, it's amazing you're still alive." The man explained, "Human Imperial City shelters us. Without Human Imperial City, there's no way we would still be alive." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the transformation of the world principles?" "That's right. In a short while, the world principles will change, and when that time comes, our human race won't be able to walk outside safely while the demon race can traverse it freely like fish in water. During these times, not a single person dares to leave Human Imperial City. Otherwise, if 10 were to go, only one would make it back alive. Then, previously, the world principles were suitable for the survival of the human race, forcing the demon race onto the defensive. That's how it is. What a mysterious world." Yang Kai had an astonished expression on his face. The man smiled bitterly. "We have been here since birth. No one knows why this world is like this. Perhaps only Lord Human Sovereign has some insight into the matter." Lord Human Sovereign, huh? Yang Kai heard the man mention this title several times and he couldn't help but pry. "Is he the ruler of Human Imperial City?" The man answered solemnly, "Naturally, he's the leader of the human race. He watches over Human Imperial City and protects all humans." His words were filled with respect, seemingly holding this human sovereign in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued studying the spirit array. Signs of the world principles transformation were becoming clearer and clearer, and a large amount of demon chi had begun manifesting in the surrounding air, as well as other strange phenomena. The couple had already circulated their energy to form a protective layer around themselves, but it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Once the protection was broken, they would immediately be corrupted by the demon chi and undergo demonification. Zhu Qing was a member of the Dragon Clan, so she didn't feel much of a threat even in this environment. However, she still circulated her dragon chi lightly in order to dissolve the corruption of the encroaching demon chi. The black puppy was the only one whose eyes lit up at these changes and was now constantly sniffing around, appearing quite excited. It had the bloodline of the abyssal returner, which meant it was a descendant of an ancient demon beast to begin with, so it was naturally joyful at the surge of demon chi. "All right, all of you come over." Yang Kai called them over. Zhu Qing, carrying the black puppy, walked over and stood beside him. The couple were hesitant as the man asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Teleport to human imperial city." The man was shocked. "You don't even have the human sovereign seal. How do you plan to enter human imperial city?" Yang Kai snickered. "Who told you that you can't go to human imperial city without that human sovereign seal thing? If you keep hesitating, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die?" The man was still hesitant, but the woman gave him a tug. Finally, they made up their minds and nodded. "All right, I'll trust you this once." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep Liao Guanshi's matter a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "We gain no benefit from exposing you, only harm. Besides, human imperial city has its own way to figure out the truth. In fact, I think it's better if you don't go to human imperial city. If you really do enter, even if you're strong, it'll still be useless." "We can't say that for sure." As he said that, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and his space principles began to ripple out. The four of them were standing on top of a space array that was connected to human imperial city, and under normal circumstances they had to receive the human sovereign seal from a steward like Liao Guanshi, then have him activate the space array to teleport them. But these tedious steps were merely a disguise. It was just a means for human imperial city to control the human race, and such trickery was easily dismantled in front of Yang Kai, who was well versed in the Tao of space. Yang Kai used his space principles to connect to the other side of the space array directly, eliminating the need for the human sovereign seal altogether. As a light flashed, the couple were both wide-eyed. They could hardly believe that the space array was really working, and for a moment they were both overjoyed. It felt as if they had been pulled back from death's door. Due to extreme changes of the world principles around them, the world energy had become flooded with demon chi, which was hardly suitable for a human to survive under. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the encroaching demon chi, they would eventually run out of strength if they remained under such circumstances for too long. When that happened, they would be completely corrupted by the demon chi, lose their sanity, and turn into demons. A moment later, the light inside the cave vanished and the four people on the spirit array disappeared. Oh! Noise suddenly poured in from all directions, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and discovered that the four of them had arrived in a prosperous city with a giant space array beneath their feet. There was a constant stream of new figures appearing on top of the spirit array of varying levels of cultivation, each with different expressions on their faces. Some overlooked the world with joy, while others had gloomy expressions. Still others were badly injured and hissing in pain. Quite evidently, these people were just like Yang Kai and his group. They had just returned from the outside to escape from the changes in the world principles. Yang Kai even saw the presence of many Emperor Realm Masters around them. So, the four of them were not too conspicuous as they stood on top of this huge array. The entire city seemed particularly prosperous, with crowds of people brushing past each other in an endless stream. There were stores set up everywhere, selling all kinds of the world's specialties. The calls of vendors reaching the ears of those passing by. It was almost like being thrown into a marketplace of the mortal world. It was a first for Zhu Qing to arrive at such a lively place, so she couldn't help but look around with a bit of surprise. Well-dressed guards were walking through the streets, marching neatly in their uniforms. One could tell at a glance that these were the protectors of order in human imperial city. But the cultivation of these guards wasn't very high. The one leading the team was a first-order emperor, while the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, no matter how strong the cultivators on the streets were, they all avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions, seemingly quite afraid of them. Yang Kai even clearly saw a second-order Emperor Realm Master move out of their way. Seniority in this world seemed to not be distinguished by cultivation realm. The couple they met before were clearly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, yet they did not have the respect a weaker cultivator would generally hold for a master. This was even more obvious with that Liao Guanshi. His cultivation could hardly match any of theirs, yet he was still able to boss the couple around while they were powerless to fight back. There were people flying in the sky, but not many, and their cultivation levels were also diverse. This is goodbye. Take care, you two. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing so as not to be dragged into their troubles, and that was why he immediately bid farewell after composing himself. Sensing his thoughts, Yang Kai gave him a casual response. The woman suddenly said, "A piece of advice for the two of you. Those with the leaf emblem embroidered on their chests are not to be offended. The more leaves there are, the nobler their identity. This is not your original world, and we do not follow the law of the jungle here. In addition, Liao Guanshi's death likely cannot be concealed for long. It's best if you two leave human Imperial City once the world principles change again." "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled. When the woman was just about to say something else, the man had already dragged her into the crowd, and they soon disappeared. What an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great curiosity. The entire human Imperial City seemed to be enveloped by a giant, magnificent barrier. This was even more obvious as the changes in the world principles in the outside world could not be felt inside of human Imperial City in the slightest. The principles here seemed much closer to those of the star boundary. Looking up, the sky seemed to be in chaos, with countless vortices that could swallow one's sight covering the sky. After staring for a while, it actually made one dizzy. "Is Zhu Lai here?" Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing answered, "I need to find a place to perform the secret technique to be sure, but I hope he is." Yang Kai smiled. "Don't worry. He's pretty strong, so even if he's out there, he won't be in any trouble so soon." "N." Zhu Qing gently nodded, subconsciously stroking the black puppy in her arms. Wang felt so comforted that he narrowed his eyes happily. It was not even known whether Liao Guanshi, who had been swallowed into its stomach, was still alive or not. "Make way, make way." Just as Yang Kai was silently observing his surroundings, an extremely rude shout came from behind him. Turning around to look, he suddenly saw a large number of people emerging from the gigantic space array. There were a dozen of them, and each of them had extraordinary levels of cultivation. The most conspicuous man among the group looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an arrogant attitude, his sharp eyes containing a sense of majesty that matched well with his extravagant jade-white robes. The rest of the group scattered around and surrounded him like stars around the moon. As soon as the group appeared, they immediately began heading in one direction while one cultivator in front led the way, rudely shoving those in his path. Those that were pushed dared not resist in the slightest, and instead ran aside while shivering in fear. "It's His Highness, the Third Imperial Prince. The Third Imperial Prince has returned. Hurry up, kneel down and don't say anything. Don't look at him either. It will be over if he sets his eyes on you." Hualala. The crowd fell to their knees in unison. Regardless of gender, age, or strength, with the space array as the center, all cultivators in a 1,000-meter radius, no matter what they were doing, all prostrated on the ground to show respect. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was curiously observing this so-called Third Imperial Prince when he heard whispers secretly discussing him, wondering to himself what these Imperial Princes were. That was because such titles were only heard of in mortal kingdoms. Everyone around them was now kneeling though, leaving just Yang Kai and Zhu Qing standing in place. Zhu Qing was even holding a black puppy in her arms, which made her look particularly out of place. Yang Kai sighed as he knew that things were about to get complicated. He didn't really want to get into any trouble before he could get a thorough understanding of the situation in this revolving world and human Imperial City, but life doesn't always go as planned. Even without provoking any trouble, trouble would still come to him by itself. He glanced helplessly at Zhu Qing, who kept a smile at the corner of her eyes. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing's unusual behavior instantly caught the attention of the Third Prince's group. The cultivator leading the way swiftly arrived before Yang Kai. This man was tall like an iron pagoda and gave off an oppressive aura as he looked down on Yang Kai from above, shouting, "Boy, why didn't you kneel down in front of His Highness the Third Imperial Prince?" As the man spoke, an extremely strong pressure pervaded from his body and crashed down on Yang Kai. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and seemed to be no stranger to battles as the Emperor pressure which pulsed from his body had an extremely strong, bloody aura. Ordinary people would surely be frightened upon contact with it, eliminating most thoughts of resistance. But Yang Kai was unmoved. He still stood in place as if it was merely a light breeze that caused his hair to flutter. He then gazed up at the burly man. This countryside yokel has never seen the world before and knows little about etiquette, so he hopes this sir does not blame us. We will leave at once. As he said that, he was just about to leave with Zhu Qing. Whether it be the Third Imperial Prince or the other Imperial Princes, it was naturally impossible for them to make him kneel. As for Zhu Qing, that was even more impossible. She was a member of the mighty dragon clan, so even in death, it would be impossible to make her kneel. So, it was better for them to leave now lest they cause any more trouble. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he'd hoped. When the burly man saw Yang Kai leaving, he glared at him and shouted, "Impudence!" Like a frenzied bull, the man slammed down his large fan-like palm at Yang Kai, hitting him directly on the shoulder. There was a loud bang, but Yang Kai's body remained as stable as a mountain, the violent power traveling through his body and down to his feet, causing the stone slabs on the ground to split into pieces. Yang Kai rolled his eyes over to glance at the burly man before answering lazily, "What is the meaning of this, sir?" The burly man revealed a look of surprise and sneered, "No wonder you're so arrogant. It seems you have some skill, but it's a pity that you met me." As he spoke, the force in his hand became even more violent as the veins on his thick neck bulged. It seemed as if he was trying to use all the strength in his body to crush Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai looked at the rest of the guards only to see them eyeing him with cold faces. It was as if he had broken some taboo and had to be punished for it. The Third Imperial Prince, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face, not showing him much regard. Only when his eyes moved to Zhu Qing was there a flash of amazement in them. But that was all, and he didn't pay her any more attention after that. Instead, the Third Imperial Prince's gaze went past the crowd and half of human Imperial City to stare at a certain point with a fiery look shining in his eyes. The prince stood there, most likely waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson to show the inhabitants of human Imperial City what the price of offending him would be, and to learn to respect him. The burly man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look on his face as if victory was already in his grasp because he could sense that Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor as well. Under the circumstance that his opponent shared the same cultivation as him, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this little brat in front of him. But as time went on and his Emperor Qi surged more and more, his face gradually became ugly. That was because no matter how he exerted his strength, he still could not shake the little brat in front of him in the slightest. This boy seemed completely rooted to the ground and didn't even show any signs of swaying. A few moments later, the burly man was already red-faced and his neck was bulging. His iron pagoda-like body actually began to shake, clearly running out of energy, but it was as if he were riding a tiger and had no choice but to stand strong. Unfortunately, he had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face grew slightly dark as his gaze crossed over the burly man to look at the Third Imperial Prince, saying, "It's a virtue to know when to stop." The Third Imperial Prince ignored him, eyes still gazing at a certain place in human Imperial City. It seemed as if his entire mind was immersed into it and could no longer feel anything else. Yang Kai let out a soft grunt and raised his palm, thrusting it against the burly man. He had already given the Third Imperial Prince a warning, but since the other man wouldn't take it seriously, he didn't need to care about his face. As for what consequences would be incurred if he were to give him a face-slapping here, Yang Kai intended to act first and deal with whatever came later. Everything happened suddenly, and the burly man clearly did not expect Yang Kai to fight back. So by the time that palm reached him, it was too late to defend. Not to mention that he was fully concentrated on how he was going to suppress Yang Kai, so how could he still gather any strength to defend himself? Yang Kai's light palm did not seem threatening, but it caused the burly man's face to change dramatically when it struck. Just like a paper kite, he was sent flying high into the sky before landing heavily on the ground. The crowd was shocked, and those kneeling who had peeked up to look at the situation immediately let out a cry of surprise when they saw this scene. Quite apparently, they did not expect to see anything like this either. To think someone would actually dare to clash with the Third Imperial Prince's guards in human Imperial City, and to have done it in front of His Highness. This man was probably out of his mind to do such a foolish thing, and the pitiful beauty next to him was going to suffer for this too. There was no telling what kind of horrible fate awaited her. Even though the guards of the Third Imperial Prince were shocked by Yang Kai's counterattack, they reacted quickly. Without a single word, they jumped over, instantly surrounding Yang Kai and Zhu Qing without leaving any gaps. These guards included a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master and 2 First-Order Emperors. The rest were all in the Third-Order Dao Source Realm, and all of them seemed to possess strong foundations, making it seem as if they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Even though Yang Kai had not been here for long, the number and quality of the Emperor Realm Masters in human Imperial City still amazed him. He had no idea how the cultivators here cultivated, but emperors actually seemed to be a very common sight here. This was a luxurious lineup for a group of guards, especially when the Third Imperial Prince himself was also a First-Order Emperor. The many masters surrounded him but did not attack, merely waiting for the Third Imperial Prince's order. As long as the Third Imperial Prince gave the order, they would immediately pounce onto Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, ripping their corpses into 10,000 pieces. Regardless of how strong they were, no one would have a good end if they dared provoke any of human Imperial City's Imperial Princes. Yang Kai remained calm despite being surrounded by these guards though. There was even a cold smile on his lips while Zhu Qing had already leaned over to put the black puppy down, standing quietly beside Yang Kai. "Did you just arrive from the outside?" The Third Imperial Prince suddenly withdrew his gaze and turned to Yang Kai, asking, "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai frowned. He was surprised that this man would ask him this question. The Third Imperial Prince said indifferently, "If you had spent any amount of time here, you would understand that it is not wise to clash with the Imperial Princes in human Imperial City." Yang Kai grinned. "So that's how it is. Third Imperial Prince really has good eyes. Indeed, my wife and I have in fact just come from the outside." The Third Imperial Prince gently nodded. "Outside has outside rules, but we have our own rules here. I'll let this matter go this time out of consideration for your ignorance. Hopefully, you'll be able to follow the customs next time." After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a deep look before walking straight past him. When the guards gathered around Yang Kai and Zhu Qing heard their leader speak, they withdrew their intention to continue making things difficult for them and immediately turned around to follow. Even the burly man who had been sent flying by Yang Kai before didn't look at them as he passed by, just as if he never fought with Yang Kai to begin with. "That's right." The Third Imperial Prince, who had already walked a dozen paces away, suddenly stopped and said without turning back, "I think you should know that I'm not sparing you just because you have shown enough strength, but because you are a first-time offender. I'm just giving you a chance to reform." Yang Kai frowned and squirmed his lips at Zhu Qing. Even though he didn't say anything or transmit his voice to her, Zhu Qing still understood what Yang Kai was trying to express. This boy was too full of himself. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and smiled. Then, with a paw, the Third Imperial Prince snapped his fingers in a seemingly casual manner. That caused Yang Kai's face to change abruptly, and he suddenly let out a stifled grunt. Zhu Qing's beautiful face lost its color, and she stared nervously at Yang Kai. "You're bleeding." While saying that, she quickly took a silk handkerchief from her space ring and placed it under Yang Kai's nostrils. Yang Kai accepted the silk handkerchief and held it over his nose, looking at the Third Imperial Prince, who was walking away with an incredulous look on his face. "Why are you bleeding?" Zhu Qing's eyes were furrowed. She couldn't figure out what had happened since she had been watching that conflict from beginning to end, but she didn't find any signs of injury on Yang Kai's body. Yet here he was, bleeding, which was clearly not normal. "Let's find a less public place to talk." Yang Kai had a grave look on his face as he dragged Zhu Qing away. The inhabitants all throughout human imperial city slowly got up and avoided the two of them like they were snakes or scorpions. Inside a tea house, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other with good quality fragrant tea steeping on the table. The black puppy was lying on a corner of the tea table, sleeping. What happened just now? Zhu Qing asked in a quiet voice. She still had no understanding of how Yang Kai had come to be injured. Even though it wasn't a serious injury, it still drew blood. To say it was the third imperial prince who made a move didn't seem too likely either. She couldn't be any clearer as to how strong Yang Kai was, so how could a trivial first-order emperor injure him? And with just a snap of his fingers at that. If the third imperial prince really had that ability, then he may not be far off from becoming a great emperor. There's something strange about this human imperial city. Yang Kai moved the silk handkerchief from his nose. The bleeding had stopped, but the silk handkerchief had been turned into a mess, so he casually put it away. Zhu Qing was amazed. It really was the third imperial prince who injured you? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. How could that be? Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. He couldn't be hiding his power, could he? She was shaken inside. What sort of master could hide their strength so well that even she could not see through it? If there really was such a person, then would that power not be too terrifying? No, no, no. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. He really is in the first-order emperor realm. Then how? Zhu Qing's lips parted slightly. How should I say this? Yang Kai frowned and recalled what he experienced earlier, and only after a long pause did he continue. There's a powerful force that pervades human imperial city, and that third imperial prince seems to be able to control that force at will. The one who hurt me was not the third imperial prince per se, but rather that omnipresent power. It was hard to describe, but its meaning was very simple. Naturally, Zhu Qing wouldn't understand, so she asked in a daze, "So what sort of power is it?" "I can't say for sure." Yang Kai shook his head. "Remember when that woman told us not to mess with those people with leaf emblems on their chests?" Zhu Qing tapped the table lightly in realization. There seemed to be a leaf emblem on the third imperial prince's clothes. Yang Kai grinned. And it was a 9-leaf emblem. Then he pointed to the sky. You may not have noticed, but the guys flying in the sky all had leaf emblems on their chests, just not with the same number. Hearing him say so, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to check and discovered that it seemed to be true. Regardless of strength, none of those people flying in the sky were ordinary people. All of them had the leaf emblem embroidered in front of their chests. These people probably hold a special status in human imperial city. Yang Kai wrapped his fingers on the table. There's the human sovereign and the imperial princes here, so I'm guessing those guys with the leaf emblems on their chests must be related to this imperial family, which gives them some privileges. Zhu Qing frowned. What kind of imperial family is this? Aren't there too many relatives? Yang Kai laughed. That's why most of those guys only have 1 or 2 leaves on their emblem. It's rare to see a number above 5. Take the third imperial prince, for example. With 9 whole leaves, he seems to be a real powerful figure. Zhu Qing said, I remember now. That Liao Guanshi from the cave earlier seemed to have an emblem like that too. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. That's why he could control the space array over there and why he had the primary human sovereign seal. That couple before had to swallow his insults despite both of them being stronger than him. TSK. Privilege is a good thing to have, huh? What are you thinking about? Zhu Qing looked coldly at him. Yang Kai spoke with a serious face. What I mean is that only the imperial family can mobilize that mysterious power within the city, allowing them to easily defeat stronger opponents. Of course, not everyone who serves the imperial family should have that ability, I'm guessing. There may be some restrictions, for example, only those with 5 leaves and above would have that sort of qualification. The more leaves, the stronger the power that can be mobilized. And what you say seems to make sense. Zhu Qing did not think deeply about it. She just thought that there were no problems with what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai scoffed. In the end, it's still the law of the jungle here. Only some of the people can draw on a special type of power for help, and that power seems to pervade every part of human imperial city. Will we be able to resist it? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. Just now, the third imperial prince didn't use its full power, and I didn't try to defend either. If we really confront each other, I'm not sure whether I'll be able to resist it. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out what sort of power it is. Only then will we be able to prescribe the right medicine. So, should we ask around about it? Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No need. Why? Because someone has sent themselves to our door, silly. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing snapped at him. You're the silly one. But Yang Kai's words reminded her that her intelligence seemed to have been lacking since coming into human imperial city. If she thought carefully about things, it seemed to be because a sense of reliance had emerged in her heart. So, both her judgment and observation ability had plummeted, which gave her a bad feeling, and yet, she wasn't repulsed by that feeling. This, sir, since you're here, then come and sit with us. There's no need to sit there alone with no one to talk to, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at a table not far away from them. Only one guest was sitting at that table, and he looked to be in his 50s. He sported a goatee and had a well-mannered appearance. At first glance, he looked like a scholar of some kind, and with his cultivation withdrawn and his aura concealed, it was difficult to judge how strong he was. And this guy had entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the goateed man simply stood up and walked over, looking at neither Yang Kai nor Zhu Qing, instead finding some interest in the black puppy which was napping on top of the table. Tea fragrance overflowing. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled a cup for the man. What is this sir's name? The goateed man sat and picked up the cup of tea, gulping it down without fear of the heat. What a fine dog. Yang Kai smiled. It's just a mutt. What's fine about it? Sir is over-complimenting it. The black puppy did not have any particularly conspicuous features, and under the premise that it did not reveal its abyssal returner bloodline, outsiders simply would not be able to catch anything strange about it. The goateed man shook his head. I'm not talking about it. Yang Kai raised a brow. If not it, then you're talking about me? The goateed man stroked his beard. Seems the child can be taught. Zhu Qing's face turned sour, and she immediately felt the need to teach this old thing a lesson. This oblivious old bastard actually insulted her man right in front of her. So how could Zhu Qing tolerate that? Yang Kai just shot a glance at her though, telling her to calm down before chuckling at the man. Sir's funny. I'm a man. How can I be compared to a dog? The goateed man said, sometimes. A man can be worse than a dog when they're unwilling to show proper respect. A dog, on the other hand, can have its own benefits. Yang Kai sneered. Then may I ask whose dog this sir is? The third imperial prince's. The goateed man's face was slightly cold, but he did not get angry and nodded. There is nothing wrong with you calling me so. Yang Kai said, I often hear people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, but a dog that barks redundantly is a waste. It seems to me that this sir is also a fine dog. Zhu Qing scoffed. Don't compare him to a Wang. A Wang is much better than him. She seized every opportunity to vent her anger and quickly reached out to pick up the black puppy, gently brushing its fur with her hand. The goateed man responded, It's not up to me to decide whether a dog is good or not. That's up to His Highness the Third Imperial Prince. If he thinks you are, then you are, but if he doesn't, then you're still a dead dog no matter how strong you are. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. So, is this sir's intention here to beat the dog for his meat? Or is this sir here for something else? The goateed man pushed his teacup in front of Yang Kai, indicating for him to fill it up. Dog meat does not taste good, and the third imperial prince does not have that interest either. Yang Kai answered, Oh, that means you're here to catch a hunting dog. Then, whether it's a hunting dog or a pet, that all depends on your performance. The goateed man picked up his teacup once more and placed it by his lips for a sip. A master from the outside is rare, and third imperial prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize the opportunity or not depends on your own performance. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. I really have to apologize, but Sir's ambitions are too high. It's Sir's freedom to become a man's pet dog, but I have different thoughts. There's no need for me or my wife to put on a performance. For us, raising a dog is enough. We have no interest in being one ourselves. The goateed man put his cup down, his expression unchanged, seemingly expecting this response, and nodded. I have heard about some matters from the outside, and also know the situation there. You may have been a powerful man who could command wind and rain in the outside world, but this is human Imperial City, so it follows human Imperial City's rules. Outsiders like you have to eat a loss before you can understand the law. After he was done speaking, he stood up and casually tossed over a wooden token. This is the third Imperial Prince's token. If you can escape this, then find yourself qualified to be the third Imperial Prince's hunting dog. Otherwise, that just proves that's as far as your abilities go. After saying that, the man walked away. At the same time, the sound of clothes fluttering emerged from all sides as a dozen figures rushed in from all directions. At once, the tea house had become tightly packed with people, and the guests in the tea house were also greatly alarmed at the sight, hurriedly fleeing away. When the owner of the tea house saw this sudden situation, he had a face that seemed desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. Yet he didn't dare to have an outburst. That was because he recognized the identity of the people who just appeared. Yang Kai massaged his aching head. Giving us a honey date before sending us a wooden club? What's the meaning of this? Zhu Qing observed the people around her coldly. They don't seem to be from the same side. Yang Kai understood. If there's a third Imperial Prince, then there has to be a first and second Imperial Prince, no? I don't know which group they're from, but whatever the case, they don't seem to be a monolithic entity. They did not try to hide their conversation in the slightest, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house all heard it clearly, but they were all indifferent. No one came forward to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something or someone. And they were indeed waiting for someone, as the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in just a moment, followed by the appearance of a huge palanquin from one end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. With wind blowing under their feet, they did not need to move their bodies, and the palanquin would speed along steadily. The palanquin was extremely luxurious, and its translucent pink curtains gave off a hazy sense of extravagance. There was a man and two women reclining on the palanquin with wine and fresh fruit placed on the divan. The man held a woman in each arm while sipping on wine and eating a spirit fruit with a look of comfort on his face. The two women were wearing very little, so much of their snow-white skin was exposed. They were squirming around in his arms, the sound of their coquettish flirtations incessantly leaking out as they waged a veiled contention for his affection. As if no one else were around him, the man fondled the tender bodies of the two women wantonly with his large hands, drawing a charming gasp from time to time. All the people along the way knelt down before him, not daring to look up, much less to discover the infinite beauty of spring happening inside the palanquin. Only the sweet and charming voices of the women remained to be heard, fanning the flames of desire in the men in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the palanquin arrived in front of the tea house. Before the palanquin was even lowered, the Dao Source Realm palanquin bearers straightened their bodies and stood in place. It was silent all around. Only the decadent sounds within the curtains grew more and more obvious. Yang Kai stared with great interest. Blushing slightly, Zhu Qing snorted, and when she saw the lustful expression on Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but kick him under the table and glare at him. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your eyes are going to fall out. Yang Kai grimaced in pain as he grinned. Qinger, you look so adorable when you're jealous. Nonsense? Zhu Qing blushed even redder. Who's jealous? The two were flirting without any regard for anyone else, drawing cold looks from the cultivators around them. A burly bald-headed man walked into the tea house next, seemingly a lackey, but he had an impressive second-order Emperor realm cultivation, with a full and robust aura. He glared coldly at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing before bellowing, "The first Imperial Prince has come, Are you still not going to kneel? So it really is an imperial prince. Yang Kai exchanged glances with Zhu Qing. It was just a casual guess he made earlier, but he didn't expect it to actually be an imperial prince who arrived. He and Zhu Qing had only been in human imperial city for a short time but had already had a small conflict with the third imperial prince's subordinates. So Yang Kai didn't expect this first imperial prince to show up just a while later. The third imperial prince gave him a warning, then sent someone to him immediately after, undoubtedly in hopes to take him in as his subordinate. But Yang Kai had no idea what this first imperial prince was planning to do by coming here. However, from how the first imperial prince embraced a woman in each arm, he had a vague guess, which instantly made him feel displeased. Even his tone became unkind as he snorted, "I apologize, but this young master does not have the habit of kneeling to others. If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, get lost." The burly, bald-headed man was infuriated by his answer and roared, "Impudence!" After saying that, he raised his hand and was just about to make a move when a soft voice came from the palanquin. "Stop right now. Using violence over such a small matter. What are you going to do if you hurt this beauty?" Upon hearing that, the burly, bald-headed man withdrew his hand immediately, but he still shot a mean glare at Yang Kai. The voice from the palanquin continued, "Beauty, let's get to know each other. I am Human Imperial City's first imperial prince, Fu Shu. Are you interested in following this prince out to have some fun?" Before Zhu Qing could even answer, the two women in Fu Shu's arms became dissatisfied and one of them climbed on top of Fu Shu, feeding him a mouthful of wine from her mouth before coyly whispering, "First imperial prince is so bad. You're actually still looking for others despite having us sisters to serve you." The other woman also chimed in, "That's right, first imperial prince. What's so good about that cold-faced woman? How could she be as understanding and attentive as us sisters? Don't bother with her, first imperial prince. Who knows where this village girl came from? Let's go back to the imperial palace. Elder sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will surely satisfy you." The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine into his belly, which made his body feel light and airy, before squeezing the soft and tender bodies of the two women by his side with his big hands, drawing sweet moans from them as he laughed. "You two are good, but she's not so bad either. This prince can just take her in to become your sister." "No, we already have enough sisters. First imperial prince, don't take in any more." "That's right. We can't even count all those sisters we have, and first imperial prince, you promised this humble servant a few days ago that you wouldn't play around again. Why are you going back on your promise after just a few days?" "I won't forgive that." The first imperial prince laughed dryly. Yes, this prince did say that before, but this beauty wasn't around then. I'll take in one last one. I absolutely won't take in any more in the future." First imperial prince is lying. "I don't believe you." "No, first imperial prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has red hair. If first imperial prince likes it, we sisters can also dye our hair red and show it to you every day until you have your fill." "How could that be the same?" Fu Shu shook his head incessantly. "You may not know this, but even though that beauty doesn't look like anything special, I heard she's from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but it's the first time this prince has encountered one from the outside world, so I naturally can't let her go so easily." "She's from the outside? What's so unusual about that? Women are all the same. First imperial prince." "Enough. Both of you shut up." Fu Shu's tone suddenly cooled, instantly silencing the two women who were trying to act coy. They understood their own status and their position in the first imperial prince's eyes. They were mere playthings, so it was fine for them to whine a little in order to receive more pampering. But if they insisted on stopping the first imperial prince from having his fun, then they would surely lose all favor with him. The first imperial prince had numerous beautiful women in his residence, so it was by no means necessary for him to keep the two of them to serve him. So, as soon as they noticed the difference in the first imperial prince's tone, the two women did not dare to disobey, with one of them immediately changing her tune. Since First Imperial Prince likes her so much, then just take her in. It'll just be one more sister for us. Anything is fine as long as First Imperial Prince is happy. Elder sister is right. This woman's looks don't seem bad. She can barely be qualified to serve First Imperial Prince. A smile instantly spread across Fu Shu's face, and he kissed the cheeks of the women on his left and right before laughing happily. You two are the most reasonable of my women, and this prince did not favor you for nothing. Two tender bodies squirmed around in the First Imperial Prince's arms with the older woman speaking up. But this beauty's heart seems to belong to someone else. What is First Imperial Prince going to do? Fu Shu smiled. Naturally, it's because she doesn't know this prince's might. Once she's had a taste of this prince's skills, how will she be able to think about another man? Just wait and see. This prince is going to make her bend. While saying that, he broke away from the two tender bodies and straightened his loose clothes before standing up in the palanquin. Lifting the curtain, he stepped down and raised his eyes to look at Zhu Qing once he entered the tea house. As soon as he did, his heart was brimming with delight. He was not able to see too clearly behind the curtain just earlier, so it was only now that he could see that this red-haired woman was simply beautiful beyond words. Even though her face looked a little icy, it only provoked a man's desire to conquer her further. As he said, he had never had a taste of a beauty from the outside world before, not because he was lacking in power, but because it has been many years since outsiders last came into human imperial city. He was the first imperial prince, and in human imperial city, he stood below only one man while above countless others. Any beauty he wanted, he only needed to give the order and someone would immediately arrange it for him. Not a single one of those women dared to resist. On the contrary, they all tried their best to please him. Having grown so used to fine delicacies, a change of taste every once in a while was also a blessing. So, the colder Zhu Qing's expression was, the more it pleased him. Deep inside, he was eager to take this red-haired beauty back to the imperial palace immediately and love her tenderly. His hot, unrestrained gaze was like a leech biting down on Zhu Qing's face, examining her from top to bottom. Yang Kai moved and stood in front of Zhu Qing. The first imperial prince's face changed at once. As if he'd stepped on a pile of smelly shit, he said with a look of disgust, "What is your name?" Before Yang Kai could answer, Fu Shu waved his hand. "Never mind. No matter what your name is, step aside if you want to live. For your merit of offering up this beauty, this prince can bestow you one leaf." At these words, the gazes of the cultivators all around turned hot. The status of one leaf may be the lowest level of a noble, but it was still a noble status that could enjoy privileges in human imperial city that ordinary people can only dream of. This would instantly set him apart from the ordinary citizens of the city. Of the servants nearby, many had followed the first imperial prince for numerous years, but none of them had ever received similar rewards. They did not expect this outsider to gain such privileges just because he had a beauty with him, which made many of the first imperial prince's subordinates feel red-eyed with envy, lamenting at the little brat's good fortune. The burly bald-headed man stepped forward and yelled furiously at Yang Kai. "Little brat, still not giving thanks and standing back? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai sighed and gazed seriously at the first imperial prince. This first imperial prince, this one also has deep feelings for his wife and is unwilling to separate. "I have no desire to offer up a beauty. First imperial prince has heaven-shrouding power and countless beauties by his side. This one can see that the two in the palanquin are already very good, so why set your gaze on a married woman? If word gets out, then this would be detrimental to His Highness's reputation. Why don't we just say our goodbyes here, and to meet again if fate plans it?" Fu Shu's face turned cold. "Are you insulting my intelligence or your own?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he also found his proposal overly naive. Fu Shu followed up. "This prince does not want to take advantage of his position to bully people either. What about this? If you think those two in the palanquin are good, then this prince will give them to you. I want the one standing behind you." When they heard those words, the faces of the two women in the palanquin became extremely stiff, as if they had been struck by lightning, but they didn't dare to say anything. For a while, they had miserable looks on their faces, weeping in the shadows. Yang Kai said in amazement, wouldn't this be a loss for First Imperial Prince? Fu Shu snorted. This prince is generous. What harm is there to let you take this bit of an advantage? Yang Kai shook his head. But I'm not interested in taking advantage of others. Staying with my wife is enough for me. Fu Shu waved his hand and said impatiently, Then consider it a reward. No need to thank me. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he had no idea what to say. Zhu Qing said from behind him, Seems like they won't let me go. What are you going to do? Yang Kai grinned, revealing a bright smile. What else can I do? Since they've come, I'll just fight them. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dares to show off in front of this young master? Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand, palming towards Fu Shu without mercy. He could see that this human imperial city was without a doubt safe and undisturbed by the changes in the world principles outside. But inside it was filled with muddy waters. If he and Zhu Qing wanted to gain a foothold in this place as outsiders, then they needed to show overwhelming power to let others know that they were not to be bullied. The law of the jungle was the undeniable reality no matter where they were. If it were any different, it only proved that they were not strong enough. Fu Shu's strength was not high, only third-order Dao Source Realm. However, Yang Kai had sharp eyes and could easily tell that his pompous prince must have achieved his strength through taking numerous elixirs and precious treasures. It was simply impossible for him to display the proper strength of his level, not to mention the fact that this first imperial prince seemed to have fallen into an addiction of wine and lust. His body may have long been emptied out by his habits. Yang Kai could easily destroy several dozen or even hundreds of wastes like him. Fu Shu did not have the slightest self-awareness and just stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai. So how could he have the time to react to this attack? Emperor Qi surged and world energy stirred as a palm print visible to the naked eye slapped down towards Fu Shu. The burly, bald-headed man's face changed dramatically as he shouted, Stop! Stop your mother! Yang Kai cursed and did not stop, instead becoming even more violent. As expected, Fu Shu could not react in time. All this time, he was looking around curiously, hoping to take a look at the body of the beauty behind Yang Kai. So it wasn't until the palm print approached him that he shrieked and began to shiver, completely at a loss as to what to do. When the palm print was about to turn Fu Shu into dust, a green glow suddenly emerged from his body, forming a layer of protection around him. Hong! As the protection shook, Fu Shu's hair became disheveled and his clothes were whipped into a mess, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Yang Kai's jaw dropped. He didn't see any traces of Fu Shu using a skill or technique at that moment, and yet that strange barrier appeared all of a sudden. Looking him up and down, Fu Shu didn't seem to be wearing any artifacts either. Rather, he was covered in a lot of useless accessories that were only there for decoration. After Yang Kai's unsuccessful opening move, the burly bald-headed man had already rushed over from the side and a flash of light appeared in his hand as a large hammer suddenly appeared. The hammer was half the size of a tea table, and the dazzling light it gave off gave one a grievous sense of danger. The burly bald-headed man roared, How dare you disrespect the first imperial prince? Suffer death, little brat. All the muscles in his body were tensed as he raised the hammer with all his strength, smashing it down on Yang Kai. A thunderous noise filled everyone's ears in an instant, filling them with awe. Help, help! Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him before her red hair flashed and her petite body arrived next to Yang Kai. Then, she raised her small, fair, and tender fist to meet the large hammer. The burly bald-headed man's face changed and he shouted, Move! He had no idea why this red-haired woman would seek death herself, but he knew that though she seemed to have a decent cultivation, she was, after all, a weak and frail woman. If his attack really connected with her, then she would at least be severely injured, if not dead. This was a woman that the first imperial prince had his eyes on, so how could he dare to harm her? And he just had to put his all into this attack. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw his move, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing block in front of him, the man had no choice but to force his body to twist slightly to the side, shifting the hammer a little in hopes that the woman could escape demise. Zhu Qing's fist collided with the huge hammer. The tender fist and the huge hammer formed a very strong visual impact, with no one doubting that Zhu Qing's end would be miserable beyond comparison. However, the results of this clash left everyone astonished. A loud bang rang out. A strong gust of wind tousled Zhu Qing's red hair slightly as she held her ground while the burly bald-headed man who was holding the large hammer went wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. After a moment's pause, he was sent hurtling backwards as if he were struck by lightning. Hong long long. A row of holes crashed open through the walls of the tea house and the buildings behind it. At the end of the newly created tunnel, in a cloud of dust, the burly bald-headed man could be seen lying in a pile of rubble, not moving. The eyes of the crowd almost popped out at this sight, especially the guards who came together with the first imperial prince. All of them stared dumbfounded at Zhu Qing. They never would have thought that this delicate little body could release such heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. This was even more unbelievable to them than seeing a demon waltzing into human imperial city for some casual shopping would have been. Zhu Qing waved her hand off with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two coquettish women inside the palanquin let out screams of terror. How many years had human imperial city maintained its peace? No one ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone clash with the imperial princes. Suddenly coming across such a scene scared the two women almost to death, and their faces went pale as their tender bodies shivered. Their screams woke up the disoriented Fu Shu. He was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me?" His tone became harsher and he began to sound hysterical. "You actually dare to hit me? This prince? Enough nonsense. That's right. I hit you." Yang Kai reached for the void, grabbing his myriad sword and slashing it straight down at Fu Shu. The sword light was bitterly cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fu Shu was so scared that he screamed and tried to run away, but the myriad sword chased after him without giving him even half a chance to escape. One after another, sword lights slashed down on Fu Shu's body, but none of them did any harm as each time a slash was about to connect, a green glow would emerge from the surface of Fu Shu's body to block the attacks. This glow grew stronger or weaker according to the force Yang Kai used, as if it had its own intelligence. It was intent on protecting the first imperial prince, Fu Shu, no matter what, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai could not break through the protection of that green light. Yang Kai clicked his tongue curiously. Sure enough, there were no ends to the world's mysteries. If he had not chanced upon this revolving world and entered human imperial city, he would never have known that such a strange thing existed in the world. "Help, help!" The first imperial prince shouted as he ran, not at all maintaining even a shred of his majesty as an imperial prince. At this moment, he was nothing more than a dog trying to run for his life, even forgetting that he had cultivated before. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yang Kai to protect their master. Even though the cultivation of these guards was not low, how could they be Yang Kai's opponents? One by one, the myriad sword picked them off and cut them down, chopping all of them up like vegetables. Yang Kai did not kill them, however, and even though the smell of blood permeated throughout the tea house with wails breaking out everywhere, there were no deaths so far. But Yang Kai's savagery scared the first imperial prince out of his wits. He didn't even have the strength to run away anymore and retreated into a corner, his path blocked off. He watched in horror as Yang Kai took step after step towards him. Body shaking, he screamed, "Don't come over here! Don't come over here! I'm the first imperial prince. I order you to stop!" Yang Kai grinned viciously, and with the fresh blood dripping from his myriad sword, he appeared like a devil that had walked straight out of hell. The first imperial prince could wish for nothing more than to faint right there and have death end all his troubles. But the fear festering in his heart just had to keep him far more alert and conscious than usual. In just a few steps, Yang Kai was standing right in front of the first imperial prince. Tilting his head and glancing at him, he slowly stabbed over with his myriad sword. The first imperial prince sucked in a deep breath and held it, staring at the tip of the myriad sword, terrified beyond words. When the myriad sword was just a finger's width away from Fu Shu, the green glow reappeared, blocking the myriad's sword with great tenacity, halting its advancement, meeting strength with strength. What is this? Yang Kai nudged the green layer of protection with the myriad sword while looking down at Fu Shu from above. Fu Shu's teeth were chattering and he clearly could no longer answer Yang Kai's questions. At that moment, someone at the side spoke. As long as the sacred tree's blessings remain, the imperial family will never suffer harm. Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to see that the goateed man who had left earlier had reappeared in the tea house at some unknown time, sitting in the same spot as if he had never moved, looking indifferently at him. Yang Kai raised a brow. The sacred tree's blessings? What sacred tree? The goateed man answered. It has nothing to do with you nor I. So you're not going to tell me? I hate people like you the most. What do you want? Yang Kai looked impatiently at him. The goateed man shrugged. You have offended the first imperial prince and injured so many of his guards. There is no place for you in human imperial city now. I'm so scared. Yang Kai scoffed. Next, are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should hurry up and kneel to the third imperial prince and lick his boot? That only he can guarantee my safety. The goateed man smiled. A smart man needs only a small reminder. Yang Kai snorted. Seems like everything that happened here was within your expectations. You were also the one who asked the first imperial prince to come, aren't you? The goateed man shook his head. Do not slander me. Everyone knows the first imperial prince's fondness for seeking beauties. Someone had already gone to inform him as soon as you and this young miss appeared in human imperial city. This old master merely anticipated the scene and came to watch a good show. After a pause, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, well, do you still refuse? Yang Kai still did not reply, but Fu Shu, who was cowering in the corner, seemed to look with a burning gaze at the goateed man as if he had met his savior and shouted. I remember now, you're the one by third brother's side. That guy. That's right, that guy. Quickly kill this impudent man for me. This prince will reward you handsomely. The goateed man looked disdainfully at the first imperial prince. This old master is the third imperial prince's subordinate. How could this old master help you? First imperial prince must be confused. Fu Shu's face paled. Then what do you want before you'll act? How about I give you the two women outside? The goateed man looked between his legs and sighed. This old master is getting on in age. It's not easy keeping one's young essence potent after so many years. This old master is thankful for first imperial prince's kindness. But unfortunately, this old master is powerless to enjoy it. How could you do this? Fu Shu was disappointed. The goateed man turned back to Yang Kai. So, your answer remains the same? Yang Kai rested the broad myriad's sword on his shoulder, scoffing. The goateed man understood and turned back to Fu Shu. Though this old master will not act, this old master can offer first imperial prince some advice on how to handle this situation. Tell me, Fu Shu said anxiously. There weren't any masters left among his subordinates, or any subordinates at all for that matter, as they were all sprawled down on the ground. So Fu Shu could only pin his hopes on the goateed man. The goateed man continued, with the blessings of the sacred tree, first imperial prince will definitely not be injured. So since you won't get injured, why fear him? You are an imperial prince, after all. You can command the power of the sacred tree, so even if you can't beat him, couldn't you have just grabbed her and ran? As long as you return to the imperial palace, what can he do to you? Fu Shu's eyes lit up when he heard this and inwardly cursed himself for losing his mind from fear. Just as the old goateed man said, he had the protection of the sacred tree, so normal people couldn't hurt him. Since he couldn't be hurt, what was there for him to be afraid of? He could only be bitter at himself for being so scared that he did not think about such a thing, and bitter at Yang Kai even more for humiliating him. Eyes turning to Zhu Qing, who was standing at the side, his courage was reinvigorated and he slowly stood up from the corner. Even though his body was shaking a little, it was much better than how he was begging for mercy and trying to flee just now. Their conflict earlier also attracted many of human imperial city's residents to watch. so the tea house was now surrounded by onlookers in all directions. When several groups of patrolling guards around the area broke through the crowd after hearing news about the situation and seeing the mess here, they were astonished. Once they saw Fu Shu, they all saluted and asked about the situation. "You came just in time." The presence of the Imperial Guard gave Fu Shu even more confidence. He pointed at Yang Kai and declared, "This vicious man hurt my guards and humiliated this prince. Quickly subdue that man for this prince." When the guards heard this, they all answered his command. A cold smile appeared on Fu Shu's face and an incantation suddenly spilled from his lips, which sounded obscure and difficult to understand. The onlookers were confused, but Yang Kai was the most shocked of them all. He was much too familiar with this incantation. When the words sounded, his mind involuntarily recalled a magnificent scene of war. During that time, with tens of thousands of warriors under his command, he had launched a long and bloody campaign against the demon race, and each time battle was joined, shamans would chant such spells. The chanting of the spell made one's blood boil and filled one's chest with killing intent, making it so that they would want for nothing more than to destroy everything before their eyes. Fu Shu's incantation was very short and seemed to vary a little from the one Yang Kai knew, but it was essentially the same. A light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the guards. In the next instant, the vitality of the guards all surged and their bodies bulged violently, as if they were inflated with hot air. Their exposed skin began to glow red, and even their eyes had turned crimson. Cowardice and fear disappeared from their bodies, replaced by ferocity and killing intent. Bloodlust spell. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. He never expected to see someone else perform the bloodlust spell today after a lapse of more than 10,000 years. Despite the fact that this bloodlust spell was slightly different from the one he knew, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't mistake it for something else. There were some traces of shamanic spells when Liao Guanshi performed his technique back in the cave, but it wasn't too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't pay it too much attention. But now, it seemed that shamanic spells still existed in this revolving world. Yang Kai had no idea how they managed to pass it down for so long. Zhu Qing clearly did not expect to see this either, and she looked curiously at the cultivators who suddenly changed, feeling puzzled. When Fu Shu's chanting began again, Yang Kai immediately figured out what sort of shamanic spell it was. This shamanic spell was the biggest headache for the demon race back in ancient times, and it was also a shamanic spell that could not be broken easily. It was only with the protection of this shamanic spell that the ancient barbarian race was able to compete with the demon race. Yang Kai knew deeply how terrifying this shamanic spell was, so how could he let Fu Shu cast it? Taking a step forward, the myriad sword disappeared in the blink of an eye, and with a wide sweep of his arm, Yang Kai sent a huge moon blade flying towards Fu Shu. This attack was so sudden and unpredictable that it shocked the goateed man. Naturally, it scared Fu Shu as well. However, the ignorant were fearless, and remembering what the goateed man told him just now, Fu Shu showed no intention to dodge or resist despite his fear, continuing his chanting, becoming louder and louder. The enormous moon blade struck Fu Shu's body as expected, but it was blocked by the green light that appeared on the surface of his body just as before. Only this time, the green light was particularly dense, so bright that it was almost solid. This green light was a protective barrier, and always responded proportionally to the threat it was facing, which in a sense highlighted just how deadly Yang Kai's moonblade was. This divine ability that could sever space itself was unable to do anything to Fu Shu. The green light was actually able to block the moonblade's attack once more, but a small crack appeared where it met with the black blade, one so small it was almost imperceptible. Seeing this, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this protection was neither invincible nor unbreakable. The reason why his previous attacks were ineffective was simply that they were not strong enough. With that momentary delay, Fu Shu had already completed his shamanic spell. Another light burst out, enveloping the guards. Suddenly, there seemed to be something linking these people together, making them share life and death. All their vitalities came together in one place and rose to the sky. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Life chains. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He never imagined that he would one day face off against the two shamanic spells of the two-race Great War, Bloodlust spell and Life Chains. The great shamans of the ancient barbarian race that Xianxia fought alongside in the Thousand Illusions dream world relied on the help of these two shamanic spells to become invincible, and it was because of that reason that Xianxia knew the power of these spells better than anyone else alive today. The goateed man looked surprised. You actually know about the sacred techniques? What sacred technique? Xianxia took a few steps back to stand next to Zhu Qing, staring coldly ahead. The group of guards who were blessed with the Bloodlust spell and Life Chains numbered about 30 people, all of whom had cultivations just under the Emperor realm. The strongest was a third-order Dao source cultivator, while the weakest was merely a second-order origin king. If this group of people fought against Xianxia alone, or even just as an ordinary group, Xianxia could have easily exterminated them with a wave of his hand. But right now, this group had the ability to fight against an emperor in a life-or-death battle. The fame of shamanic spells in the war did not come from nowhere. The goateed man continued. They are secret techniques that only the imperial family with more than 6 leaves are able to perform. If you don't know about the sacred techniques, then how do you know the names of these skills? Xianxia did not answer him and instead whispered to Zhu Qing. We're in a bit of trouble now. Zhu Qing commented. I'll deal with these people. I'll leave that imperial prince to you. Xianxia shook his head. They're not pushovers. Let me deal with them instead. Zhu Qing remained unperturbed. Don't underestimate me, will you? Besides, I don't want to even get close to that nasty guy. Since you've already said so, I don't have much of a choice. Xianxia shrugged. Zhu Qing snorted. If you can't handle him, then don't even think about touching me again in the future. As soon as she said that, her body lunged forward in a flash. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Does she have to be so ruthless all the time? The goateed man poured cold water over him at the side. It's useless. Since the sacred techniques have already been cast, you have no chance to win. That is unless you can break the sacred techniques, but you would have to obtain the sacred tree's blessing to do that. Fu Shu fumed. Whose side are you on, old man? The goateed man said indifferently. This old master is just here to watch a good show. He stands on neither side. First Imperial Prince should focus on his enemy. Be careful not to throw the face of the Imperial family. Fu Shu was stirred up by his words. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch. While they were talking, Zhu Qing had already engaged the 30 or so guards in battle. As the violent energy overflowed, the small tea house collapsed at once, causing the tea house's owner to run out to the streets, crying and cursing incessantly. Very soon, Zhu Qing discovered the difficulty in dealing with this group of people. Their actions couldn't be called swift, nor were they very well coordinated. They didn't have polished formations to take advantage of and would often interfere with one another, appearing quite clumsy. But still, each one of these 30 or so people was actually able to withstand her attacks. Each of the blows from Zhu Qing's fists was actually caught by these stray cats and dogs, which was simply unbelievable. She was a member of the Dragon Clan and had ferocious power. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not dare to say that they could withstand a hit from her unharmed, and yet these fodder were able to do just that. After a few strikes, though, Zhu Qing quickly discovered the secret behind how they were able to withstand her attacks. She had no idea what happened with these people, but regardless of who came up to stop her, the damage from her attack would actually split up between their whole group, allowing the 30 or so to bear the effects together. A single chopstick could easily be broken, but the resistance more than doubled when 2 chopsticks were used. Not to mention the fact that some other sacred technique or whatever was cast on more than 30 people, causing their vitality to surge, turning them fearless against pain or danger. All of them were red-eyed, and their ability to withstand punishment was multiplied. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and her attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Just now, she had been holding back quite a bit to test the waters. As their fight rumbled on, the battlefield was constantly shifting and soon, half the street was affected. Over where the tea house used to stand, Xianxia gazed at Fu Shu and commented, You heard what the madam said. For the sake of this young master's future happiness, I must ask First Imperial Prince to please fall. As soon as he said that, he appeared before Fu Shu, so close that they were almost stuck together. The goateed man's eyes shrunk as his pupils became as small as a pinhole. He did not see clearly what happened in that instant. Fu Shu let out a yelp and almost fell backwards, but he was very quickly able to calm his heart and gritted his teeth while shouting, "You think this prince is afraid of you?" Yang Kai raised a hand and threw a fierce punch at his face. Fu Shu did not react to it at all, however, and the fist smashed in front of him, but fortunately, the green light appeared to block the blow and did not allow any harm to come to him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His face paled, but he grit his teeth and began chanting. He wanted to apply a bloodlust spell to himself too. That way, he would no longer have any fear. Yang Kai suddenly gazed at his chest. First Imperial Prince has 8 leaves. Huh? TSK, even the third Imperial Prince has 9 leaves, so why do you, as the elder brother, have 1 less than him? Is the human sovereign favoring him? Or are you just unlovable? Fu Shu's chanting came to an abrupt end as he shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. How could Imperial Father be partial towards third brother? I'm the first Imperial Prince." "Oh really? However, the third Imperial Prince does indeed have 1 more leaf than you. If my assumptions are correct, the greater the number of leaves you possess, the greater the respect you will obtain. From the looks of it, you really are inferior to the third Imperial Prince. It's all due to the inferior cultivation of this prince. That's right, that is the only reason. This prince was slightly negligent with his cultivation, therefore he only has 8 leaves. If someday this prince has the same cultivation as third brother, even obtaining 9 leaves would be a trivial matter." TSK. A look of contempt covered Yang Kai's face. "I don't think that is possible. Tiny clues can reveal the general trend of things. If I were the human sovereign, I also wouldn't appreciate your behavior and character, First Imperial Prince. If the matter of succession were to be on my mind in the future, I would definitely consider the third Imperial Prince. The third Imperial Prince is a dragon amongst men, possesses outstanding cultivation, and treats people with respect and dignity. How could you ever match up to him? You shut your mouth." Fu Shu's anger was fully stoked by Yang Kai's words, and he lunged over in fury, relying entirely on the protection of the sacred tree to maintain his fearless image. As Yang Kai was speaking though, his hands never stopped, continually releasing fierce attacks towards various parts of Fu Shu's body. Nevertheless, he was ultimately unable to break through the protective green light. On the other hand, the attacks the first Imperial Prince was launching at him amounted to no more than tickles that he could completely disregard. For a moment, the two of them brawled like rogues on the street, though neither side was able to gain the upper hand, with all of their attacks amounting to nothing. The goateed man let off a sigh. Simply unable to continue watching on, he opened his mouth and shouted, "First Imperial Prince, there's no need to worry about his rubbish comments. Your Highness should focus entirely on displaying your sacred techniques. Since your cultivation cannot match up to his, only the sacred techniques can wipe your humiliation away." Yang Kai turned his head around and snorted coldly. "If you continue yapping, old thing, I'll smash your teeth out first," the goateed man said in a heartfelt manner. "Youngsters should learn how to respect their elders. That will depend on the person. Those who like to act pretentiously like you, I will beat up several dozen every day." As Yang Kai shouted, Fu Shu continued to curse. Nevertheless, having received the goateed man's reminder, he did not continue tussling with Yang Kai and immediately cast the bloodlust spell on himself. The fear and timidness in his eyes quickly disappeared, immediately being replaced by a look filled with fury and excitement. Letting off a loud, derisive chuckle, he spoke with a fierce tone. "Boy, for daring to offend this prince, you must die. After that, I will properly enjoy that beautiful lady." The bloodlust spell affected the rationality of the target, lowering their inhibitions while enhancing their ferocity. Nevertheless, it was still able to provide many benefits in some special circumstances. Fu Shu's fear and timidness had been suppressed by the bloodlust spell. Focusing his scarlet-red eyes firmly on Yang Kai, he appeared to have become an entirely different person as he let out a loud roar. Bind! An invisible strength suddenly came gushing out from the void, binding Yang Kai's raised fist like 1,000 tightly wrapped threads. Yang Kai was suddenly unable to move his fist regardless of how he tried. He felt as though his fist was being tied down by an invisible power. The more he tried to attack, the greater the restraining force he felt. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Despite his third-order Dao source realm cultivation, the first imperial prince, Fu Shu, was actually able to rely on his so-called sacred techniques to even restrain his movements. This made Yang Kai increasingly vigilant against the shamanic spells that were the root cause of this situation. Ordinary shamanic spells could not possibly have such an effect. Yang Kai had always been the one fighting across realms. This was the first time he had been placed in such a disadvantage by a person with a lower cultivation realm than him. Floating backwards in retreat, Yang Kai was no longer being restrained as he easily increased the distance between him and Fu Shu. With the success he obtained, Fu Shu's confidence was greatly increased, leading to him laugh crazily. "You're running? Let me see where you run to. Come, sword." Extending his hand, a burst of jade-green light erupted forth from the void. The fluorescent light appeared to be identical to the energy that was protecting Fu Shu. Rapidly converging together in the air, it transformed into an astonishing long sword. With a pointing motion, Fu Shu aimed at the long sword and sent it chopping down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the power behind the incoming attack. Unleashing his space principles, he greeted the incoming attack with a number of moon blades. After a series of explosions, the jade-green long sword smashed through everything as though they were rotten wood, completely destroying all the incoming moon blades. However, after breaking through the last moon blade, it suddenly collapsed and dissipated. A shiver shook through Fu Shu's body before 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils. Nevertheless, appearing to have not felt anything, he raised his hands up and roared loudly, "Again!" Light condensed once again, before converging to form a gigantic jade-green long sword. Yang Kai shot a pensive look towards a certain location at that moment. After experiencing it a few times, he had finally managed to catch on to some faint traces. Every time Fu Shu displayed his sacred techniques, they seemed to produce some kind of resonance from that direction. This resonance was very weak, so weak that Yang Kai would not have sensed it if not for his powerful divine sense. It was impossible for someone at Fu Shu's realm to compete against him in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, there was only one reason that this could be happening, and that was the fact that something was lending him the power to do so. He was borrowing the power of the so-called sacred tree, and the direction from which the resonance was occurring should be where the sacred tree was located. Yang Kai really wanted to see exactly what the hell the sacred tree was, to actually be able to display such power to let trash like Fu Shu display some ability. A torrent of divine sense expanded out, causing waves of humming sounds to ring in the sky, leading the goateed man's expression to change once again. After an instant, everything within human Imperial City appeared before Yang Kai's eyes, just like the most outstanding artist painting picture after picture in his mind with exquisite detail. As his divine sense continued to expand outwards, his field of view continued to increase. All of a sudden, a barrier blocked his divine sense from expanding. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was dazed for a moment when his divine sense smashed right into the barrier. Coincidentally, right at the same exact moment, the jade-green longsword had already chopped down, cleaving down on Yang Kai's shoulder, drawing blood as a result. Fu Shu laughed madly. "This is what you get for challenging this prince." Forming a seal with his hands, he controlled the jade-green longsword to press downwards, seemingly wanting to chop Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai responded with a cold snort. Summoning the myriad sword into his hand once more, he proceeded to swing it up, causing a chilling cold sword chi to burst forth and break the jade-green longsword apart. Fu Shu was stunned for an instant, surprised at the outcome. Yang Kai said, "Is that all of you've got, First Imperial Prince? Ridiculous. Do you not have any other moves? Let me see exactly what you're capable of." Fu Shu roared back in fury. "Don't get cocky, you little brat." All of a sudden Fu Shu started to chant. However, this time around, Yang Kai did not recognize the words, nor could he associate them with any shamanic spell he knew. While he chanted, Fu Shu proceeded to take a stance akin to what one would take when notching an arrow on a bow. A jade-green arrow mysteriously appeared before him, which he held lightly as he drew it on an invisible bow. Chasing star pursuing moon. Die! Following Fu Shu's furious roar, the jade-green arrow disappeared as it spun through the air, smashing through space, leaving a gash across the sky that was visible to the naked eye before appearing right before Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai tilted his head to the side, as the arrow slid past his temples, slicing off a few strands of black hair that drifted away with the wind. You dare dodge! Fu Shu erupted like a volcano as he continued to pull back on his invisible bow, repeatedly launching arrow after arrow at Yang Kai. Blood continued to flow out from his nostrils like water bursting out from a dam, dripping down and staining his robes and the ground below. Nevertheless, Fu Shu did not seem to notice this at all, as if he had entered into a frenzied state. However, after firing off 5 arrows in a row, blood was now dripping from all of his 7 orifices. It seemed that unleashing the sacred techniques had put an extremely large burden on his body. No power in this world could be obtained without a corresponding price. Without a doubt, this also applied to Fu Shu. Being the first imperial prince, he had obtained the protection of the sacred tree at birth, granting him the capability to unleash this powerful sacred techniques. Nevertheless, with his third-order Dao source cultivation, he would still have to pay a steep price to unleash enough power that could contend with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks allowed Yang Kai to observe the flow of power for the sacred technique's origin with greater detail and accuracy. All of a sudden, a frown appeared abruptly on Yang Kai's face, as though he had thought of something. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to close his eyes. Fu Shu was immediately overjoyed when he saw this and proceeded to shout naively, "So you now know the might of this prince? It's too late for you to kneel and beg for your life. This prince has decided that you will experience the worst torture in this realm." As he said those words, he raised his hands yet again, sending a green arrow shooting off into the sky. Right at this instant, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly snapped open and raised his hand lightly to grab at the jade-green arrow. In the next instant, the powerful arrow was locked into place before him, unable to move even an inch forward. How is that possible? Yang Kai and Fu Shu both uttered the same question, though the former had a blank look on his face, while the latter had one filled with shock. Your aura? The goateed man's eyes suddenly turned as round as saucers as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as though he was looking at something he had never seen before that left him full of confusion. Right at the instant, Yang Kai closed his eyes. His aura suddenly experienced a drastic change. It did not become any stronger. However, his aura now made people feel as though it came from ancient antiquity, like he had stepped through time into this moment, his entire body radiating a desolateness that could not be identified nor described. The jade arrow dissipated within Yang Kai's hand as an ancient chant began to stream from his lips. At this instant, he was not an emperor realm master, but a shaman king, an ancient shaman king that hailed from the South Barbarian clan of the ancient world. His words sounded more cryptic and indecipherable than the first imperial princes, and despite not ringing out loudly, they seemed exceedingly hard to pronounce. The goateed man's entire body shook violently as his entire being turned as stiff as a dumb chicken. A tiny flame snake suddenly appeared right before Yang Kai, slithering about as if it was a living creature, before he quickly made his judgment. This was not a sacred technique, as there was no jade-green glow present on the flame snake that was unique to the sacred techniques, though the process of its construction seemed to be exactly the same as the sacred techniques. So that's what your so-called sacred techniques are, huh? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, as he was mysteriously able to sense a connection with something that was present within human imperial city. This connection was precisely something that he had established after transforming into a shaman king. And after casting the shamanic spell, this connection had instantly become much stronger. The tiny flame snake twisted around deftly in a lifelike manner, bringing unimaginable shock to everyone present. Fu Shu was already stupefied as he stared blankly at the flame snake, utterly forgetting that he was still in the middle of a fight. The goateed man roared, First Imperial Prince. That isn't a sacred technique. Don't be deceived by his methods. That really isn't a sacred technique? Fu Shu turned around to ask. The goateed man was so furious that his beard was trembling as he repeated with strong reaffirmation. This old master is willing to stake his life that it absolutely isn't a sacred technique. It's just somewhat similar to the sacred techniques, that's all. There's no need to fear it. Fu Shu's mind shook upon hearing those words, leading him to roar out furiously. Just as I expected, as if an inferior being like you could unleash the sacred techniques. It turns out that you are just trying to scam me. Despicable bastard. You must die. Fu Shu attempted to notch his invisible bow to fire off another arrow. However, with a flick of his finger, the flame snake Yongkai had conjured straightened up, before shooting over towards Fu Shu like a bolt of lightning. Fu Shu pretended not to hear anything as he completely ignored the incoming flame snake attack, as he knew that the sacred tree would provide impenetrable protection. Any attack from Yongkai would be utterly ineffective, just like what happened earlier. The flame snake didn't seem to possess much power behind it, appearing just like an extremely common flame snake spell. In ancient antiquity, even a shaman warrior would be able to execute a shamanic spell of this level. With a bang, the flame snake smashed into Fu Shu's body, but an unexpected outcome occurred then. The protective green light had once again blossomed around Fu Shu's body, but after the impact from the flame snake, despite the latter instantly disappearing without a sound, flames covered Fu Shu's entire body, burning him until he was crying out in pain. The goateed man's eyes contracted, as he could faintly sense that something wasn't quite right about this. According to reason, being the first imperial prince, Fu Shu was granted the protection of the sacred tree within human imperial city. Therefore, only existences with 8 leaves or more would have the capability of harming him. However, this mysterious foreigner had actually managed to accomplish such a feat. This was utterly out of his capability to comprehend, and he simply couldn't understand how this could even happen. Furthermore, why did that secret technique appear no different from the sacred tree's sacred techniques? Other than the absence of the sacred tree's signature fluctuations, it simply appeared identical to the sacred techniques. Seems I've also obtained the protection of the sacred tree. Yongkai grinned as he looked at the first imperial prince. Nonsense. Extinguishing the flames on his body, Fu Shu cursed out madly. You? Impossible. Take a close look, first imperial prince, and see if I'm talking nonsense or not. As he sneered, Yongkai suddenly raised his hand, before a flame snake appeared before him once again. This was followed up by another one, a third, then a fourth. You. Fu Shu was getting shock after shock. Why don't you need to chant an incantation? Why would I need to chant? Yongkai continued to execute shamanic spells, but they were all the simple flame snake spell. Singing incantations is necessary to unleash any scared technique. Fu Shu felt his common sense being shattered apart, something he found hard to accept. Yongkai chuckled. How can trash like you compare with this young master? This young master can conjure sacred techniques with a snap of his fingers. As he was talking, a dense array of flame snakes had already appeared before him, as though they had just been forced out from their holes. As time continued to pass, the newly formed flame snakes started to transform. Slivers of green glow started to surface on their fiery red bodies, and although this was not very conspicuous, the green glow was undoubtedly present. The green glow grew increasingly intense, and before the final few flame snakes materialized, they were completely covered with a jade-green glow. Yongkai finally pulled his hands back, grinning as he looked at Fu Shu. Take a look. Didn't I say that I've also obtained the sacred tree's protection? See? The goateed man sucked in a mouthful of cold air, while beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The way this matter developed exceeded all of his expectations. A foreigner was actually able to obtain the sacred tree's protection and execute sacred techniques boosted with the sacred tree's power. Now, it was utterly impossible to rely on the third imperial prince to deal with him. In fact, the appearance of this man would be sufficient to cause a giant storm that human imperial city had not experienced in over 10,000 years. If this young man wasn't dealt with appropriately, he could change the entire situation of human Imperial City. At this moment, the goateed man no longer had any thoughts of dragging Yang Kai down, only wanting to find an opportune moment to flee. On the other hand, Fu Shu was also in such shock that he had turned speechless. The massive turmoil of emotions he was experiencing caused a series of events to occur within him, with the first being the dispelling of the bloodlust spell, before being closely followed by the backlash of his continuous usage of sacred techniques. The latter left Fu Shu crying out as he collapsed onto the ground, his hand covering his nose, though he was unable to stem the flow of blood. In an instant, his vitality plummeted, to the point where he was only a step away from death. Crying out in misery, he sought help from his surroundings. Yet, who could step forward to save him at such a moment? Seeing his enemy, who was fighting on equal footing against him just a moment ago, had actually collapsed onto the ground, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely. Nevertheless, he felt too lazy to add insult to injury. In the first place, he wasn't all that concerned about Fu Shu, as the latter was only able to contend with him by temporarily relying on the strength of the sacred tree. Currently, with Yang Kai having access to the same power, there was already nothing to fear from Fu Shu. Turning around, Yang Kai grinned as he looked towards the goateed man. With beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, the goateed man spoke out in a sour tone. Could it be that you're actually royalty that has been lost in the past? Yang Kai replied with an indifferent expression. You have quite the imagination. Then why are you able to summon the power of the sacred tree? The goateed man was unable to wrap his head around it. Who told you that only the imperial family is able to gain the sacred tree's protection? Yang Kai sneered. The goateed man gawked in sudden realization. That deeply entrenched thought was completely due to the environment and knowledge he had been exposed to since his youth. It really seemed that no one had considered why only the imperial family was able to obtain the sacred tree's protection, and thereby gain access to its strength. All of a sudden, the goateed man's mouth turned parched, as he felt as though an enormous secret had just been exposed before him. He proceeded to ask in a quivering voice, what kind of people can obtain the sacred tree's protection? Yang Kai replied coldly, Getting rebellious, old dog? Why are you asking about this? Do you really have such thoughts? The goateed man burst into anger. Stop spewing nonsense. As he replied, he glanced at his surroundings, appearing afraid that his question had been overheard by other people. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Scram off and tell your master to not bother me in the future. This young master has no intention of purposefully offending anyone, and more so becoming enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally strayed into this place, so we will leave when we find the exit. If anyone dares to find trouble with us. Heh. Coming to a clear realization, the goateed man nodded his head and replied, This old master will definitely convey your excellency's message. As for what the third imperial prince decides to do, that isn't up for this old master to decide. I also know that you don't have the qualifications to make a decision, now scram. Yang Kai waved his hand as though he was shooing away a fly. The goateed man immediately left. How could he dare to remain here? At this point in time, Fu Shu was still shrieking in pain, his voice filled with incomparable misery. Not far away in the air, Zhu Qing was currently engaged in an intense fight against over 30 cultivators. Despite being blessed by Fu Shu's bloodlust spell and life chains, having their strength boosted and their vitalities tied together, how could these rabble match up with a member of the Dragon Clan? The bloodlust spell could only stimulate the power of one's blood qi to strengthen their physical bodies and raise their bravery and ferocity. This would result in an increase in pure strength, though it would not raise it by much. As for the life chains, it merely linked their lives together, increasing their ability to absorb damage and injuries. Their offensive capabilities still remained within the upper bounds of their cultivation realms. As such, it wasn't difficult for Zhu Qing to deal with them, with the odds still being overwhelmingly stacked in her favor. Nevertheless, due to the effect of life chains, it still took her quite some effort to deal with them. Yang Kai raised his hand at that moment and sent the flame snakes floating before him over, taking only an instant to smash into the crowd of people. Immediately, the life chains which tied their life force together burst apart like a pin-pricked balloon as countless flame snakes drilled their way through their protections. The life chain spell was dispelled before shattering apart. In the next instant, the group of 30 were swept away by Zhu Qing's violent aura, resulting in them suffering serious injuries, all of them spewing blood as they fell out of the sky like dumplings. Under normal conditions, life chains couldn't be dispelled with such ease. However, Fu Shu was using the power from the sacred tree when he had cast that spell, and with Yang Kai's interference it had resulted in the life chains breaking from within. With her opponents suddenly collapsing in a single move, Zhu Qing was also too lazy to clean them up. Bullying the weak was considered an embarrassment for the Dragon Clan. With a flicker, she arrived by Yang Kai's side. Shooting a look at Fu Shu, who was now squirming in a pool of his own blood, she asked in an irked tone, "Why is he still alive?" Yang Kai replied in shock, "You still want to kill ruthlessly? Indeed, there's nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart." Zhu Qing snorted coldly in response, "Why are you letting trash like him live? You have a point." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked towards a certain location within the crowd of people. "Having witnessed such a good show for so long, shouldn't you come out already, sir? You should have heard it. If you aren't going to come out, my wife will execute this first imperial prince. When that happens, don't come crying over spilt milk." Right after Yang Kai's words rang out, a figure suddenly dashed forward, appearing right before the first imperial prince. This person was rather tall and had a lanky build, as though he was malnourished. Standing there, he appeared akin to a bamboo pole, creating an exceedingly conspicuous sight. Upon seeing this man, shock flashed across the face of Fu Shu, who was drowning in pain, before pointing at him. You are." The tall man did not give a reply. Instead, he bent down and shoved a spirit pill into Fu Shu's mouth, before knocking him unconscious with a slap. Extending his hand, he lifted Fu Shu up, before turning around to stare coldly at Yang Kai. "Oh, a third-order emperor." Yang Kai's brow immediately rose. Despite knowing the outstanding heritage of this human imperial city, bumping into a third-order emperor so quickly still brought some shock to Yang Kai. This tall man's aura was exceedingly profound, and wasn't inferior even when compared to Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master Wen Zishan, or the Star Soul Palace's Xiao Yuyang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master Wen and Elder Xiao, and not just some embroidered pillow. If he were to take action here, Yang Kai might not be able to deal with him. Of course, within human imperial city, it shouldn't be a problem for Yang Kai to suppress him with the aid of the sacred tree's protection. At this moment, he had the sacred tree's blessing. The reason he had unleashed so many flame snakes earlier was for the sake of establishing a connection with the sacred tree. The sacred tree didn't only protect and bless the imperial family, but rather it protected and blessed all shamans. This was the deduction Yang Kai had made after observing the first imperial prince display shamanic spells. Therefore, he had used his shamanic strength for the sake of proving his theory.